Phoenix Nights. Chapter 789. It was noon in the snowy Yangjiao village. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and from afar, it looked like a paradise on earth. Ever since Yang Chendong left the Yangjiao village more than a year ago, this place had been under military management. Yang Lu led a platoon of cold vanguard to ensure the safety of this place. Their muskets were loaded, and they were ready for battle at any moment. This string had been stretched taut for more than a year. Fortunately, Yang Chendong had won many battles outside. Good news came one after another, which further stabilized the position of this place. Ordinary rascals did not dare to come here to make trouble, so they passed by without any mishaps. But all this tranquility was broken today, when more than 200 black cavalry soldiers came from afar, causing the ground to tremble. The entire Yangjiao village became extremely tense. Yan Lu immediately led a platoon of soldiers to the front of the village and formed a battle formation. No matter who it was, they would have to pay a heavy price to get close. It was no wonder that Yang Lu and the others were so nervous. A few days ago, news had come that the young master's father-in-law had been captured by the Imperial Secret Service and had not been released. This seemed to be a signal that Ming was about to make a move, and they could not help but be nervous. But although his face was dark, the leader of the platoon, Yang Lu, was not afraid. This was because he knew that outside the village, around him, Xiao Feng was leading a platoon of cold vanguard soldiers to ambush him. If someone really wanted to harm the Yangjiao village, he would appear with his army. The other two platoons of cold vanguard soldiers nearby would also come from all directions and attack together. Speaking of which, the Yangjiao village did not have so many soldiers. In the past, Xiao Feng was only a company commander. However, not long ago, 6th Young Master had personally sent a telegram to appoint Xiao Feng as the regiment commander. Not only had he appointed him as the regiment commander, he had also sent him many cold vanguard soldiers who had excellent results in their training. They were all elite soldiers who wielded the 95 style. With the existence of this regiment of thousands of people, Yang Lu was confident in facing all enemies. The caravan was getting closer and closer. They had already slowed down. He couldn't see the identity of the person from afar, but Yang Lu thought that the enemy must have known that the Yang village was heavily guarded, so they wanted to test the waters carefully. The cavalry was indeed probing, but they were not probing the reaction speed and combat strength of Yang Chendong and the others, but they were constantly observing the surrounding situation. This was also the intention of Yang Chendong himself. This group of horses was the 200-odd black cavalry led by Yang Chendong. Among them were two members of the guards, Wolf's Fang, and the Ghost Sniper team. It could be said that they were all elites among elites. Previously, Lu Gui had wanted to send people to wipe out this group of people. Fortunately, he did not do so. Otherwise, not to mention 1,000 men, even if 2 or 3 teams came, they would not be able to gain much advantage. In the face of the black cavalry armed with firearms and even rocket launchers, especially Yang Chendong, who could mobilize countless advanced weapons from the large warehouse at any time, sending fewer soldiers was no different from sending them to their deaths. There are people in the woods on the left, and there are also people in the snow on the right. There are at least 100 muzzles aimed at us. Yang Chendong rode on the white dragon horse and walked forward leisurely. With a smile on his face, he told these words to the people around him. Yang Chendong's perception was very strong. As a person of 2 lifetimes, and with the help of his ki, it was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Just like Beta Persei and the others, although they were also very strong, they could not sense these things. However, since the 6th Young Master said so, it must be so. Young Master, with so many muzzles aimed at us, we should show our identities first. Otherwise, it would be too unjust for us to beat up our own people, Beta Persei said with an ugly expression when he heard that there were so many muzzles aimed at them. If they were really injured by the enemy on the battlefield, as long as they did not die, this wound could even become a kind of honor and something to brag about to the outside world. However, if they were beaten up by their own people, then no matter what the result was, they would not have the face to tell outsiders. Okay, go ahead. Yang Chendong nodded and agreed to this suggestion. Although he had confidence in Ling Feng, since he could become Ling Feng, he must be an outstanding person in all the assessments. However, a horse could stumble, so it was better not to be too arrogant. After receiving the order, Beta Persei spurred his horse forward. However, with him running in front, the situation would not be tense no matter what. After all, he was only one person, and even if he did not use any weapons, it was impossible for him to charge into the Yang village. He spurred his horse forward, bringing up snowflakes one after another, making it difficult for people to see his appearance clearly. In the past, it was rare for the capital to have such heavy snow at this time. However, it happened this year, and some people even came out to say that it was a good year, which made the people very happy. Even the two madams in the village were very happy to see such heavy snow. In order to make them happy, Yang Lu did not immediately order people to clear the snow. This also made Beta Persei the target of the muzzles as he ran. It was only when he was 300 meters away from the Yang village that he took the initiative to stop his horse. This was a safe area outside the security perimeter, and if he continued forward, Ling Feng might open fire. Beta Persei's warhorse had just stopped when Yang Lu's shout came from the opposite side. "Who are you? Report your identity and put down your weapons." "Ha ha, but Yang Lu, I'm your second brother, ha ha ha." The heroic and loud voice pierced through the air and reverberated in the air. This roar was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the heart of Yang Lu, who was holding a self-made loudspeaker and shouting. He was very familiar with this voice, especially that naturally loud voice, which was unique to Beta Persei. At a distance of 300 meters, he didn't need to use any means to clearly transmit every word he said into his ears. It was as if he was talking in his ear. Only second brother Yang could do this. "Quick, binoculars, binoculars!" The excited Yang Lu hurriedly reached out to the platoon leader of Ling Feng. Logically speaking, at a distance of 300 meters, as long as he looked carefully, he should be able to see clearly without any obstacles. However, Yang Lu could not wait any longer to confirm his thoughts. The binoculars were finally in his hands. From afar, Beta Persei's grinning face was clearly visible. At this time, Yang Lu did not care about battlefield discipline at all. He suddenly changed from his original lying position to a standing position, then waved his big hands and shouted, "Big brother Beta Persei, big brother Beta Persei, I'm Yang Lu, I'm Yang Lu! Ha ha ha, I knew it was you!" Beta Persei laughed as he rode his horse. This time, no one had any intention of shooting at him. There was only one person coming. Yang Lu was jumping and shouting excitedly on the other side. It was obvious that he was an acquaintance. At a distance of 300 meters, the warhorse charged in front of him. Beta Persei jumped off his horse and landed beside Yang Lu. He then punched the other party's shoulder. "Ha ha, long time no see. How are you?" Beta Persei used a lot of strength in this punch. Even though Yang Lu's body was not bad, he still took 2 steps back before he could stand firm. Then, he pretended to be in pain and said, "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Big brother Beta Persei, your strength has increased again." "Of course, haha, don't you see who I'm with?" Beta Persei was grinning when he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed and he said, "Oh, the young master is behind me. Look at me, I only want to catch up with you. Quick, send the signal to all the soldiers to put down their guns, turn off the safety, and don't point the muzzles at anyone." In Beta Persei's heart, the young master's safety was always the top priority. Even if it was a reunion between brothers, he would still put it aside first. Yang Lu was also shocked by this sentence. He knew that the 6th young master had returned to the capital, but in his opinion, Beta Persei should be the vanguard. There should still be some time before the young master returns. He never thought that the young master would be behind him. He was so excited that he hurriedly said to the soldier beside him, "Quick, raise the flag and pass down Big Brother Beta Persei's order." The token was spread in the wind and the news spread in all directions. The order was quickly given and the soldiers of the Cold Vanguard Battalion who were lying in ambush were all extremely excited. The sixth young master was back. He was a god in their hearts, and countless people wanted to see the sixth young master again. Now that the opportunity had finally appeared, everyone was inexplicably excited. Xiao Feng, who had just been promoted to regiment commander, was also excited. Back then, he was left in the capital by the sixth young master to watch over the safety of the place. It was impossible to say that he did not have any thoughts. But someone had to do it. Not all soldiers had to rush to the front line. Now that the telegram had finally arrived, he was directly promoted from a company commander to a regiment commander. This was the greatest reward that Yang Chendong had given him for his efforts. Now that he knew that the sixth young master had returned, he was of course even more excited and agitated, but this did not go to his head. In his excitement, he gave orders to his subordinates. Everyone still has to be on guard. The sixth young master is here and the Bai Ming may act excessively at any time. From now on, we have to keep a clear head. If the enemy appears, it will be our chance to perform well in front of the sixth young master. Yes. The soldiers around him all agreed in unison and then went to their respective duties. However, the muzzles of their guns were not aimed at the 200 or so black cavalry, but at the back of the black cavalry to prevent a Bai Ming army from suddenly appearing there. Beta Persei met up with Yang Lu, and then the outer gate leading to the Yang residence was completely opened. Yang Chendong arrived soon after and rode his warhorse to the front of a platoon of 30 soldiers beside Yang Lu. Salute! Yang Lu shouted, leading his cold vanguard platoon to raise their right arms, making a standard salute. Chapter 790. Yang Chendong dismounted from his horse and looked at the soldiers. He came to Yang Lu's side and nodded after returning the greeting. You've done well. Thank you for your hard work. Sixth young master, thank you for your hard work. Yang Lu took the lead and shouted. He faced the soldiers of the cold front and returned their greetings. Then he tidied their uniforms to show his concern. This trick was often used in the army and movies of later generations, but it had to be said that it was very useful. Many soldiers showed excited expressions because of this, and some even had tears in their eyes. These soldiers had been guarding this place for more than a year. They were tense every day. It was indeed very hard. Yang Chendong comforted them and encouraged them in this way. After greeting a platoon of soldiers, Yang Chendong got back on his horse and went straight to the Yang Manor. The mood and atmosphere in the Yang Manor were a little tense. First Madame Huyan's father was captured by the embroidered uniform guards. Then, there was the sound of a large number of cavalry approaching the manor. Inside the manor, Qiaoyin and Lady Xiang became nervous. At this moment, they had temporarily forgotten that Yang Chendong was returning to the manor. They were worried. What if it was the northern Ming army outside? Could those 30 or so soldiers really stop it? What if they couldn't stop them? First Madame Huyan was not here. Qiaoyin had been in charge of everything here for more than a year. As a maid who had grown up with Yang Chendong, Qiaoyin had a gentle personality, but she also had a strong side. 3 daggers suddenly appeared in his hand. He kept one for himself and gave one each to Madame Shui and Yang Duo, who were beside him. Take it. If everything goes well, this thing will come in handy. In short, we must not fall into the hands of the Bai Ming army. Seeing Qiaoyin, who had always been well-behaved and docile, suddenly take out a dagger, this sharp contrast caused Lady Xiang and Yang Duo to be stunned. However, after considering that if the northern Ming army really attacked, they were afraid that if they were captured, their lives would be worse than death. The 2 women only hesitated for a moment before taking the dagger. Their attitude was extremely resolute, but when they really held the dagger in their hands, one could still see their nervousness and fear. After all, they were just weak girls. If they really wanted to kill themselves with this thing, it would require a lot of courage. Suicide was not something that could be done easily. When it came down to it, how many people couldn't do it? Qiaoyin also knew that this kind of preparation was not enough. Perhaps she didn't have confidence in herself, or perhaps she didn't have confidence in others. In short, she didn't relax because of this. She looked at Jiang Ping, who was standing 3 meters in front of the door, and said, "You've seen it. If none of us can do it later, we'll have to trouble you." "I understand, second madam." Jiang Ping nodded. As Tai Chingy's former assistant, she was left behind by Yang Qindong in the Yang manor to protect the safety of the two madams. She knew very well what would happen if something really happened. Perhaps death would be a relief for the madams. Xiao Yin nodded at Jiang Ping, as if to express her gratitude. Then she looked at Lady Xiang and Yang Shui and said, "Don't worry. If something happens to us today, our husband will definitely avenge us." The inner courtyard had already prepared for the worst. In the outer courtyard's Yang Academy, the second dean, Wang Si, was standing in the field of the study, full of righteous indignation as he cheered all the students on. The Yang Academy, as the school that Yang Chidong had founded, had high hopes for, and had produced many talents. They were all cadres and important roles in the various departments in Xiqian City, and one of their qualifications was that they were the first batch of students to graduate from the Yang Academy. As a student who had also graduated from the first batch, Wang Si didn't know where his former classmates had gone, but his intuition told him that these people would definitely be put in important positions. The more he came into contact with Yang Shui, the more profound this feeling became. Yang Shui, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was broad and profound, and even unfathomable. The knowledge learned here involved all kinds of problems, such as astronomy, geography, physics, mathematics, management, medicine, manufacturing, science, and so on. Even philosophy and the study of life were sometimes discussed. It was far from the way of Confucius and Mencius like the old masters of the great Ming dynasty. They were full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and articles on the study of the saints, but in reality, when it came to the real governance of the world, the help they could provide was very limited. It was precisely because he understood Yang Qindong's characteristics and strength that Wang Si was unable to extricate himself from it. Moreover, because of his background, he bravely took over the position of the second dean. In the end, while learning, it was also equivalent to helping Yang Qindong manage and nurture more talents. After 2 years of development, the reputation of the Yang Academy had already spread far and wide, and 2 batches of students had also graduated. However, Wang Si remembered Yang Qindong's teachings when he left, and kept all of these people, not letting a single one of them go. This wasn't because he cherished talent. Although these people did play a role in the development of the Yang Academy, he did this for their own good. This was because he knew that those who had learned Yang Shui were in fact not suitable to establish themselves in the great Ming dynasty, where Confucius and Mencius were everywhere. Their thinking was completely different, and if he let these people into society, they would only cause trouble and bring trouble to themselves. He didn't want to see these graduates, who had learned a wealth of knowledge with great difficulty, be erased by this ruthless society, or even bring disaster upon themselves. Thus, Wang Si kept these people. Fortunately, the wealth that Yang Qindong had allocated to the academy had always been very rich, so it wasn't a problem to feed these people. And because of the existence of these people, the Yang Academy had also developed more and more. Every year, when they recruited new students, they would carefully select them, but every year, there would still be 100 students left. Until now, the total number of students and teachers who had stayed behind after graduation in the Yang Academy had already reached 400. Wang Si had also become the dean in name, and the real test had really come. First, it was his grandfather who summoned him and warned him to be careful. Then, there was news that the father-in-law of the 6th young master, Hu Zhongning, had been arrested by the embroidered uniform guards and imprisoned. Now, the entire Yang family manor suddenly sounded the alarm. All of this made Wang Si even more worried. Not long after the alarm sounded in Yang family manor, he summoned all the teachers and students to the sports field. Although the weather outside had already reached -5 or 6 degrees, it didn't make them feel cold at all. On the contrary, everyone was hot-blooded as they looked at the dean, Wang Si, who was standing at the highest point of the sports field. Everyone was waiting for his decision. To be able to become a student of the Yang Academy, it wasn't just learning literature. They belonged to the category of all-rounders who were proficient in both civil and martial arts. This was especially true for the students who had graduated before. Individually, they already had the skills of a B-class soldier. Compared to A-class soldiers like Lung Feng, they were naturally weaker, but compared to the ordinary soldiers of the great Ming dynasty, their physical fitness was already better. After all, they ate well, wore warm clothes, and had no worries, so they could use all their strength during training. There were even these students in the shooting class, and some of them even had good shooting results. With 5 bullets, they could get an excellent score of 45 points. Most of them also got a passing score of 38 points. At this time, they were all holding long swords or broadswords, as if they were ready to rush to the enemy and fight face to face. Even a few women standing in the crowd were also clenching the long swords in their hands, looking unwilling to admit defeat. Among them, there was a very beautiful figure. She came very early and was already a celebrity in the Yang Academy. She also became a teacher of Japanese, the Princess Junko. Yang Chenong left here more than a year ago, but she was left behind. Even the guard captain, Xiaolin, had already left. Junko, who was all alone, quickly became a member of the Yang Academy. With the 6th young master gone, Junko couldn't go in and out of the inner courtyard of the Yang village like before. Everyone in the Yang village didn't know how to treat her. After all, with her outstanding appearance, she might become the madam at any time. Fortunately, she knew what to do. Although she was young, she didn't stay in the Japanese Empire's palace for nothing. Although she was young, her mind was already mature. During Yang Chendong's absence, she behaved very well. Unless it was a major festival, she would never enter the inner courtyard of the Yang village to greet the 2 madams. As her heart sank, Princess Junko felt more and more that the things taught in the Yang Academy were profound and broad. She tried to absorb this rich knowledge and imagined that one day when she could return to China, she could pass it on and make her own contribution to the strengthening of the Japanese Empire. But the sudden danger interrupted her plan. Ming was going to attack the Yang village? Didn't they have to worry about the loyal duke who led the powerful mercenaries? Were they crazy? From Junko's point of view, this possibility shouldn't exist. Even if the Yang village was in danger, it shouldn't be at this time. At least, before Yang Chenong appeared, there shouldn't be any hidden danger. She wanted to tell these thoughts to Dean Wangxi, but when she saw that he was passionately working for everyone at the moment, as if he would rush out at any time to fight the Ming army, she knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. Chapter 791. Wangxi was still performing, but his eyes were always paying attention to the movements outside the academy. As soon as there was a gunshot outside, he would rush out with the 400 people and apply what he had learned in actual combat. For this, he felt his whole body was excited, but then this excitement came to an abrupt end because of Yang Lu's sudden appearance. Dean Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. It's not an enemy, but the 6th young master is back. What? The Duke of Loyalty is back? Wangxi only hesitated for a moment, then shouted in surprise. Yes, the young master is now in the inner courtyard. He should come to see you in a while. You just need to be prepared. Yang Lu smiled and nodded. He just came to deliver the news. Since the news had arrived, of course, he would not stay here. It was not easy for the young master to come back. He should show his face in front of him and show off. Yang Lu had left, and the Yang Academy was also in an uproar. Then, Wangxi's shout came out. Hurry, clean up immediately. Let's welcome the dean in our best state. Everyone hurriedly shouted after hearing the order. Junko was the same, but her cheeks were already red. Perhaps only she knew what was in her heart. Yang village's inner courtyard. Yangxi was guarding here with his people. The safety of the gun had been opened, and it looked like he was going to shoot at any time. But when Yang Chendong suddenly appeared in front of him, everything changed. Yangxi, who was not prepared at all, could only laugh foolishly. It was not until the slightly towering figure came in front of him and patted him on the shoulder that he habitually stood at attention and said, Greetings, young master. Hello, you've worked hard. Yang Chenong said with emotion, then laughed and said, "Wait a while, I'll take care of things and drink with you." "Okay, I'll wait for the young master's call at any time." Yang Si was very excited. Since the young master had returned, the Yangjia village would be safe. Even though the young master had only brought 200 black knights with him, he was still confident. "Where are the two madams?" Yang Chendong's voice echoed in Yang Si's ears as he walked towards the inner courtyard. "Second madam, fourth madam, and seventh sister are all in the inner courtyard." "All right, I got it." Yang Chendong's voice was heard again, but his figure had already disappeared after he finished speaking. In the inner courtyard, two madams and a young lady were holding their daggers tightly with nervous expressions. They looked as if they were saying, "Don't mess with me, otherwise I'll stab you with my dagger." The only one who was relaxed was Jiang Ping. Her gaze was deep and her face was filled with determination. At this moment, she was already prepared to die. Her duty was to protect the safety of the two madams. If she could not do this, then she would not let the two madams be carried by others. She would first help the two madams complete their original destiny, then she would fight the enemy to the last drop of blood, and then go to the ground to accompany the two madams. This was her destiny. 2 years ago, when she and her sister Tai Die appeared in the Yang Academy, their destiny was already set. Jiang Ping had already prepared for this day. Although she hadn't seen her sister for more than a year, the two of them could still write letters to each other. In her letters, Tai Die couldn't mention the name of Crimson City and some things that happened there. This was a rule. However, she told Jiang Ping in her letters that the sixth young master was doing something groundbreaking, and this path was destined to be full of thorns and dangers. They were fortunate enough to be able to participate in this matter. It was something to be proud of, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. They had to be prepared to sacrifice themselves and die at any time. Jiang Ping engraved these words in her heart. She thought that now was the time to fulfill these words. For this reason, the Browning pistol that Yang Chendong had personally given her had already been unlocked. She was ready to kill the enemy or even commit suicide at any time. This situation was getting closer and closer as the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. The footsteps came in an orderly manner, as if they were stepping on a drum. Every time they landed, the emotions of the women in the room would be stirred. They all raised their heads and looked outside the door, waiting for the judgment of fate. The sound got closer and closer, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. For some reason, at this moment, even Jiang Ping felt a powerful pressure. Instinctively, she held the Browning pistol in her hand and aimed it outside the door. In this critical period, no action was excessive, and any caution was reasonable. The figure finally appeared. Jiang Ping, who was the closest to the door, was the first to see the face of the person. Her first impression was that the person who came was not someone from the inner courtyard of Yang Manor. Then, her eyes widened. How is this possible? Of course, the person Jiang Ping saw was Yang Chendong. It was a tense moment outside, and everyone's heart was in their mouths. At this moment, no one would have thought that the sixth young master would suddenly return at this time. Jiang Ping was completely stunned. She, who was not mentally prepared, did not know how to speak at this moment. The only thing she could do was to lower the muzzle of her gun. After all, the sixth young master appeared here and pointed a gun at him. It was a great disrespect. Even if she were to die immediately, no one would cry out for her. "You're not bad." The first person to see him was Jiang Ping. Seeing that he was loaded and the safety was off, she nodded deeply. This was the quality that a captain of the guards should have. Once there was danger, she would be on full alert. The voice was very soft, so soft that only Jiang Ping could hear it. However, this sentence pulled her excited heart back. She immediately straightened her body and gave a standard military salute. "Hello, sixth young master." "Haha, good. You've done a good job. Now you can go out and wait." He came in front of Jiang Ping and patted her shoulder to express his gratitude. At this time, the room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Qiao Yin, Lady Xiang, and Yang Duo were staring at the person who came in. They looked at the tall figure and the confident smile. Jiang Ping had already walked out without them noticing. When only the four of them were left in the room, Xiao Yin suddenly burst into tears. The dagger in her hand also fell to the ground at this moment, causing a very crisp sound. Then, her beautiful figure quickly ran over and plunged into Yang Qindong's arms. "Young master, you're back." After following Yang Qindong for so long, Xiao Yin was still more used to calling him young master and not husband. Opening his arms and welcoming Xiao Yin into his embrace, Yang Qindong stretched out his arm and patted the other's back. He comforted her and said, "I'm back. Everything is over. No one will threaten your safety in the future." As he spoke, Yang Qindong looked at the 3 daggers that fell to the ground. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, but he was a little angry in his heart. Although the Beiming imperial court didn't do anything to the Yang family village, looking at everything that happened now, the invisible pressure was still very huge. He actually dared to make his woman worry. Just based on this, he was afraid that he would have to take out a few heads to vent his anger. After Xiao Yin, 4th Madame Xiang also ran over and also burrowed into Yang Qindong's wide arms. Then, the 2 women broke into tears and laughed. They laughed and cried and laughed again. At this moment, they completely expressed the worries that had been suppressed in the bottom of their hearts. In this regard, other than continuously patting their backs, Yang Qindong could only reveal a bitter smile as he looked at Yang Duo, who was standing 3 meters away. "Seventh sister, are you all right?" At this moment, Yang Duo's eyes were also filled with tears, but her face was full of smiles. This little brother of hers had finally returned. She sighed and said, "Now that you're back, everything is fine. All right, I won't delay your reunion. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look and have them prepare delicious food. We must celebrate properly." Good, we have to celebrate properly. Thank you for your hard work, 7th sister." Yang Qindong also chuckled. He could only reveal such a straightforward smile in front of his sisters. Yang Duo also left. After waiting for there to be no one else in the room, Yang Qindong hugged one in each hand and kissed Xiao Yin and Lady Xiang's cheeks respectively. Then, he stretched out his finger and scratched the bridge of their noses. This kind of action was commonly used by Yang Qindong towards his beloved women, but it was this kind of action that immediately caused the 2 women's faces to turn red, like red apples. Speaking of which, ever since Yang Qindong entered the new Urgan-Dusi region and entered the grasslands, he had not touched a woman. Now that the soft fragrance was in his arms, it was impossible for him not to feel anything. Even his body had already reacted, and he couldn't wait to do the 2 of them on the spot. However, Yang Qindong was still rational. He knew that there were still many people outside waiting for him to appear. Now was not the time to be sentimental. "Ina Xianger, I've made you worry this time. But don't worry, this time I'm here to take you away. In the future, such worrying things won't happen again." "Ah? Really?" Hearing that Yang Qindong was going to take them away, both Xiao Yin and Lady Xiang's faces were filled with excitement. "Of course, I don't think I've lied to you before." Looking at the 2 women's smiles from the bottom of their hearts, Yang Qindong also chuckled. About half an hour later, Yang Qindong walked out of the inner court and arrived in front of Beta Persei, Yang Si, and Yan Lu, who had been waiting for him. "Come, let's go to the Yan Family Academy to take a look." The Yang Family Academy had long been prepared. As soon as Yang Qindong appeared, the second dean, Wang Si, immediately led the students out to welcome him. Although it was cold outside, no one was affected by the weather. In their opinion, since the dean was here, they should all come out to welcome him. Considering the weather, Yang Qindong originally wanted to let these people return to the classroom first. However, looking at more than 400 people, he knew that there was no classroom that could accommodate so many people. He simply followed everyone's wishes and stood in the middle of the field where Wang Si stood before. Then, a deep voice rang out. Chapter 792. Good, you all did well. As soon as they met, Yang Qindong praised everyone's performance. I've heard that you all thought there was an enemy invasion and were even prepared to fight in close combat. This courage is very good, and it fully shows your loyalty to the academy." After receiving Yang Qindong's affirmation and praise, everyone's face was filled with excitement. "But," Yang Qindong was still praising everyone a moment ago, but then his tone changed and his face became much more serious. "But what you did was wrong." "Huh? Ah." These words were somewhat contradictory, and everyone was confused. Even the second dean, Wang Si, couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. But before they could figure out what was going on, Yang Qindong continued. "What you did was a bit inappropriate, and the mistake was in your position. You are not ordinary soldiers. You are students of the Yang faction. You are even teachers. We are the most precious treasures. If anything happens to any one of you, I will feel heartache for a long time. If all 400 of you fight together against the enemy, you will not be able to avoid life and death. Won't I die of heartache then? Are you willing to see my heart shatter into pieces?" Ha 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 ha. The students and teachers who laughed at Yang Qindong's analogy finally understood the dean's words, and they all burst out laughing. Junko in the crowd was also laughing, but it was a different kind of laughter. It was a kind of laughter as if she was blaming Yang Qindong for making such a joke at a time like this. As if he knew what she was thinking, Yang Qindong's eyes swept across the crowd, and deliberately stayed on Junko for a while. It was this short pause that made Junko quickly lower her head. She didn't know why, but when faced with Yang Qindong's eyes, she found that her heart was beating fast like a deer. "Well, maybe some of you think I'm joking, but I want to explain that this is not a joke, but a true thought from the heart. Speaking of which, the first batch of students is already very small. Have you not thought of asking where they went? Haha, I can tell you now. They have all gone to develop their own learning. Some of them are already in high positions, making great contributions, and have become the existence that everyone admires. Of course, you don't have to be envious, because it will soon be your turn. In the near future, you will go out alone and develop the Yang family. What I want to do is to create a good environment for you. As for the opportunity, are you confident that you can seize it?" "Yes." The answer was the excited voices of the students. "Haha, let's have dinner tonight. Let's have a good talk, as a farewell dinner. When you go out in the future, I hope that one day, you can proudly pat your chest and tell everyone that you were once the students of the Yang Family Academy." Yang Qindong's excited voice was still echoing in the air above the academy. The students below looked at him seriously and excitedly, as if they saw their own limitless future, and saw the great moment when they used their knowledge to change their fate. In the academy, Yang Qindong stayed for more than 2 hours. During this time, he listened to Wang Si's report on the work of the academy. However, from beginning to end, Yang Qindong didn't comment on anything, and just kept nodding. All this fell into Wang Si's eyes. He thought that the sixth young master must have an idea in mind, but there were some things that needed to be carefully considered. However, since the sixth young master was back, he was of course not in a hurry. There were still more than 10 days before the new year, and there was no doubt that they would spend the new year here, so there was plenty of time to make a decision. That night, the Yang family village became a lively scene. The chefs all cooked their best dishes, just to express a kind of welcome for the sixth young master's return. In contrast, the imperial palace of Ming, 15 li away, was silent. The embroidered uniform guards, who had always kept a close eye on the Yang manor, received the news as soon as Yang Qindong returned to the manor. Then, this news was sent to the acting sect master, Zhu Qiyu. "Finally back? Humph. I want to see if you have made any progress after not seeing you for nearly 2 years." After taking a look at the report, he put it aside. Zhu Qiyu also closed his eyes because of this. Hu Zhangning had already been arrested and put in prison. Although he hadn't been tortured because of the other party's identity, the arrest itself was a kind of attitude. Now, they just had to wait and see how Yang Qindong would break out of this situation. Would he resist forcefully, lower his head and admit defeat, or would he arrange for someone to break the prison? At the thought of breaking the prison, Zhu Qiyu couldn't sit still. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jining, who was standing beside him, and asked, "The security of the prison." Of course, Jining knew what Zhu Qiyu was asking about. Without waiting for him to finish, he answered, "Your Majesty, please don't worry. The embroidered uniform guards have a large number of people lying in ambush there. Unless you don't come, you will be walking right into the trap." Hearing that there was already an arrangement there, Zhu Qiyu nodded in satisfaction. He closed his eyes again and sank into deep thought. To be honest, among the Ming dynasty emperors, whether it was Zhu Qijin or Zhu Qiyu, they were not incapable rulers. They had even worked hard to strengthen the Ming dynasty. Compared to some of the later Ming dynasty emperors, they were already qualified and could even achieve good results. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time. They met Yang Chidong, who had a large warehouse. This meant that their dream of strengthening the Ming dynasty could not be realized. Now, what they needed to see was how long they could hold on. Or, in the end, whether the Ming dynasty would disappear silently or be defeated fiercely under resistance. Yang Chidong had long since made up his mind about this matter. The Ming dynasty was made up of Han people as the foundation. The Han people in the world were one family. Based on this, unless it was necessary, Yang Chidong did not want, and would not take the initiative to use force against the Ming dynasty. Of course, if someone provoked him, it would be a different story. For example, after the meal, in a secret room in the inner manor, Yang Chidong met with Yang San, the director of the Security Bureau, and Xiao Feng, the commander of the Cold Front, who was stationed in the capital of Baiming. The first person Yang Chidong met was Xiao Feng. This person was part of the first batch of veterans to follow Yang Chidong. Back in Jianing Prefecture, he had been trained as the first echelon commander of the Cold Front. With his seniority and ability, he should have become the commander long ago. In fact, it would not be a problem for him to take another step forward. Unfortunately, the situation in the capital of Baiming was too complicated. Yang Chidong did not want to reveal too much of his strength here. He did not want to attract the vigilance and dissatisfaction of the Baiming imperial court. As a result, although Xiao Feng was senior, he did not have the opportunity to lead more soldiers. This time, if not for the fact that Yang Chidong wanted to return to Baiming and had enough strength to protect himself, it would have been difficult for Xiao Feng to become the commander. "Commander Xiao, are you familiar with the situation in the army? How are their qualities? Are you able to obey orders? If you have any problems, you can tell me. If you can't solve it, this young master will solve it for you." Since he wanted to put military power in Xiao Feng's hands, Yang Chidong naturally had to fully support him. "Thank you, sixth young master, for your concern. The quality of the soldiers is very high, and everyone is very obedient. There won't be any problems," Xiao Feng said with satisfaction. In order to ensure the safety of the sixth young master, Crimson City had sent over many outstanding soldiers of the Cold Front. Perhaps because they knew that one of the orders was to ensure the safety of the sixth young master, all of them were extremely excited and obedient. They were afraid that if they were careless and got into trouble, they would be sent back to Crimson City. If that happened, it would be very difficult for them to stand out in the future. Using this advantage, Xiao Feng quickly established his own authority and took control of a group of Cold Front. "Very good. Since you have control of the army, you must always have a string in your heart. This time, we might not need you at all, but once we do, you must fight fiercely and bring out your strength, understand?" "Yes, please rest assured, sixth young master. Our Cold Vanguard unit is always waiting for the military order. Once there is a battle, we will definitely do our best. We will definitely not tarnish the reputation of the Cold Vanguard unit." Xiao Feng's face was full of confidence as he spoke as if he was giving a military order. After Xiao Feng left, the second and last person to enter the secret room was the Security Bureau's director, Yang San. The matter in Crimson City had already come to an end. The Yang father and son, as well as the Security Bureau's director, Chen Shuquan, had been taken down. All that was left was to rectify the work style. Yang Qindong had not arranged for him to interfere in the later stages of the matter, so he would naturally protect silent. This time, the sixth young master was returning to Beiming for the new year. This was an extremely important matter. As the head of the security bureau, he naturally had to be there personally to make arrangements. Only then could he be at ease. Yang San had returned with an even more important matter to do, and that was to apologize to Yang Qindong. He had to give an explanation for the misuse of Qin Shuquan, which had led to the incident in Crimson City. After entering the secret room, Yang San knelt on the ground. This head of the security bureau, who had always appeared deep and unfathomable in front of everyone, was now kneeling before Yang Qindong. No matter what Yang San's identity was, he was first and foremost a servant of the Yang clan. Just based on this kneeling was nothing. Yang Qindong had no intention of letting Yang San get up immediately. Instead, he drank his tea while listening to Yang San's report. Chapter 793. Yang San knelt there and recounted everything that happened to Yang Taizhu in Crimson City, including how Yang Taizhu was executed on the spot after the trial and how Yang Shan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was removed from his post and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Yang Qindong had already seen the telegram and was well aware of the situation. Yang Qindong didn't have the slightest bit of pity for the fate of Yang Xie and his son. He had already given them enough benefits and a golden path was laid out in front of them. However, some people just didn't want to reach out and grab it. They weren't satisfied and wanted to take the risk. They couldn't blame others for their fate. This was especially true for Yang Shan. He was not valued in the southern Ming Empire and was even ostracized. In the end, he was sent to the northern Ming Empire as an emissary. This was originally a very difficult mission to complete. If not for Yang Qindong's help, even if he could return from the northern Ming Empire to the southern Ming Empire, it was likely that his superior, the Minister of Rights, Lu De, would not give him any good results. Not only did he forget about such kindness, but he also wanted to obtain even more things from it. If Yu Mian hadn't told Yang Qindong all of this, he really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to Crimson City in the long run. Would there be a day when the palace would fall? Once the three madams fell into the enemy's hands, even if Yang Qindong wanted to do something, he would have to hold back. When he thought of how terrible the situation would become, Yang Qindong wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Shan. But in the end, Crimson City's Legal Affairs Committee sentenced him to 20 years in prison. Yang Qindong, who advocated the rule of law, naturally wouldn't say anything. If even he didn't respect the law, how could others respect it? Yang Qindong threw the matter of the Yang father and son to the side. He was more concerned about the military. He couldn't believe that the military didn't know anything about such a huge incident. Although the truth was that a battalion commander and 3 company commanders had been roped in by the Yang family, Yang Qindong still felt that something was amiss when the matter only involved such low-ranking officials. This time, he called Yang San over with the intention of questioning him face to face. "Tell me, this incident shouldn't only involve a battalion commander and 3 company commanders, right? Did Ling Song and Gao Xiong not know anything about it beforehand?" Yang Qindong's voice was calm, but the question he asked was very serious. One could imagine that if Yang San had a problem with someone, a slight twitch of his mouth would probably cause an unacceptable situation. The problem was that in front of Yang Qindong, even if Yang San had selfish motives, he wouldn't dare to show it. The appearance of the CIA was already a threat to the Security Bureau. It was believed that in the future, any important information would not be monopolized by the Security Bureau. It would have to go through the CIA's review. This made Yang San even more careful when he spoke. "Young Master, Commander Gao Xiong hasn't been on the island recently. I heard that some yellow-haired people and unknown ships suddenly appeared at sea. Now, the Navy's main target is those people. As for the Army, Commander Ling Song might have noticed something." Yang San was very careful with his words. Yang Qindong couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew very well what Yang San's words meant. When it came to a high-ranking official like Ling Song, one had to be very careful with their words. "And what do you mean by notice something?" Tell me in detail. Yang Chendong put down his teacup and listened attentively. Yes. Young master, according to our investigation, Yang Taizhu had a close relationship with Commander Ling Song for a period of time. However, for some reason, the relationship between the two sides suddenly became cold. Afterwards, we also suspected that Yang Taizhu wanted to bribe Division Commander Ling. For this reason, we did a special investigation. Later, we found that there was no economic relationship between the two sides. It was all because Division Commander Ling Song heard about the establishment of the First Army. If he wanted to be the army commander, he needed more people to support him. The reason he was on good terms with Yang Taizhu was to express his goodwill to Minister Yang Shan. However, it was precisely because of his actions at that time that some people in the army made the wrong judgment. This led to the fact that the battalion commander and 3 company commanders were on good terms with Yang Taizhu and were ultimately bought over. As he spoke, Yang San carefully observed the changes in Yang Chendong's expression. Yang San knew that although it had been found that Ling Song was not involved in this matter, the two sides were, after all, so close. Could it be that he had already discovered the problem with Yang Taizhu during that incident? However, considering that he still needed department head Yang Shan to speak for him in the future, he pretended not to see it. Although this was an analysis, there was still a high possibility that it was true. If it wasn't for the fact that the Security Bureau only had suspicions and had no evidence, they would have really taken action. Although a division commander had a high position and power, if he was really involved, the Security Bureau would not be lenient when they took him down. Yang Chendong listened attentively. These were things that were not mentioned in the previous telegram. After all, what was said in the telegram had to be verified, and such guesses and assumptions would not be written in it. Otherwise, once the news was leaked, wouldn't it hurt some people's hearts and cause some unnecessary chaos? He digested what Yang San said in his heart. He knew that it was true that the Security Bureau did not have evidence, but such guesses were very likely to exist. If he were in Ling Song's position, would he make the same choice? Sigh, it's all because of fame and fortune. After sighing in his heart, Yang Chendong let out such a sigh after a long time. When they first followed Yang Chendong, everyone was thinking about how to make their lives better. Slowly, as Yang Xia continued to grow, this kind of thinking had undergone a substantial change. It turned into wanting to do something big together, and then it evolved into the current struggle for power and profit. This might be a common problem after becoming powerful, but Yang Chendong really didn't want the brothers who followed him from the beginning to fall behind because of this. He thought that one day, when he became successful and famous, those brothers who followed him from the beginning would still be able to stand by his side. That would be a matter of great merit and virtue. Give him another chance. Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Chendong decided to let this matter go. Even saints would make mistakes. But there was only one chance. If Ling Song didn't seize it, and continued to make mistakes, then he really couldn't be blamed. Yang Chendong suddenly said this, and Yang San immediately understood the meaning behind it. He nodded and said, "Yes, I will send a telegram to Director Che Chao. There's no need to send people to keep an eye on Division Commander Ling. You still have to keep an eye on him. Not only Ling Song, as long as any official in Crimson City feels that there's something wrong with him, you can send people to keep an eye on him. This is one of the responsibilities of your Security Bureau." Yang Chendong waved his hand generously. He sent people to keep an eye on them not because he didn't trust them, but because he was constantly reminding them that someone was watching them. They had to know what they were doing and not make mistakes. Yes. Yang San hurriedly nodded his head. All right, you can get up too. Yang Chendong saw that Yang San had also knelt for a while. The punishment and reminder had been used, so he gestured for him to get up. Since the 6th young master gestured for him to get up, Yang San had to stand up. He immediately nodded his head and got up. Just as he steadied himself, Yang Chendong spoke again. How's Little Yu's rectification campaign going? 6th young master, it's been done very well. We've already found many problematic officials. Those who should be punished were punished, and those who should be fired were fired. We've also won the support of many people. Yang San was quite excited when he talked about this matter. It was obvious that this campaign was progressing well. Yes, those who have problems must be caught, but those who don't have problems must also be rewarded. Don't make everyone nervous. Someone still needs to do the work. By the way, the Security Bureau should support the establishment of the CIA as much as you can. Don't think that this is a division of power. As our territory grows larger, there will be more and more opportunities for problems to arise in the future. The Security Bureau alone is no longer enough, understand? Now that they were talking about the CIA, Yang San naturally nodded his head. He wanted to add a few words, such as how the Security Bureau's work had not been done properly, but when he thought about how the sixth young master probably wouldn't like to hear such self-criticism, he shut his mouth. The leader of the CIA was the fifth Madam, Su Muner. Rather than expressing his loyalty here, it was better to support her work. When the time came, the fifth Madam would report his performance to the sixth young master, and the results would definitely be much better. Alright, let's talk about the situation in the capital. Has my father-in-law suffered any grievances in the imperial prison? Putting the matter of Crimson City aside for now, Yang Qindong finally turned his attention to the situation at hand. No, Yang San quickly replied. It was clear that he was extremely concerned about this matter. We have people on duty in the imperial prison. Lord who hasn't been punished. It's clear that the other party doesn't really want to punish him. They just want to test him. Yang Qindong nodded his head approvingly. Instead of arresting Hu Zhongning earlier or later, they had waited for the news that he was about to enter the capital before arresting him. This was an extremely obvious signal. From this, it could be seen that his arrival had scratched Zhu Qiu's itch. Zhu Qiu wanted to arrest Hu Zhongning, but he was also worried that he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Qindong could see through all of this. It was precisely for this reason that he wasn't in a rush. On the contrary, he calmly said, "Let's talk about what the others think." Chapter 794. The other people he was referring to were naturally the important officials in the Beiming imperial court. In the Ming dynasty, where the group of scholars was very powerful, the emperor often had to look at their faces when doing things. Many times, their attitude was extremely important and could decide many things. They are smart. Most of them did not express their opinions. Yang San had already grasped some of the relevant information. Although the current Security Bureau could not arrange spies in every important official's home, they could still grasp the general situation through various methods. Thinking about it, the people who were caught this time can be considered to be part of their group. Yang Qindong chuckled. He would not forget that his father-in-law, Hu Changning, still had a good father. Hu Changning was indeed an important force in the group of scholars. Based on this, those people would not hit him when he was down. Seeing that the young master had thought of everything, Yang San swallowed the words he wanted to remind him. He knew that the young master's thoughts were deep and would definitely counterattack, so he asked tentatively, "Young master, when are you going to make your move? Are you ready?" "Yes, young master. Everything is ready for you. I'm just waiting for your order," Yang San said confidently this time. Very good. Yang Qindong was satisfied with Yang San's performance. When he was on his way, he had received the news of Hu Changning's arrest from the Security Bureau. Since the other party had already made their move, how could he not be prepared? Were they trying to test him? Then he would give a response, so that it would not be too boring for one person to perform a one-man show. Wait for my news. This time, we will play with them. Yang Qindong's face revealed a slightly mocking smile. As soon as the news of his return spread out, Dai Zongma summoned the 7 important officials under him for a meeting. This matter was first passed to the ears of the Security Bureau through Su Yozhen's mouth, and then it was passed to the ears of the Security Bureau. Yang Qindong thought that all of this was very normal. Among the 7 important ministers, the grandson of the Minister of Appointments, Wan Ji, followed him, and the granddaughter of the Minister of Rights, Hu Xiao, married him. This meant that they would not give the emperor any ideas to deal with him. Perhaps when some matters involved their interests, they would make a move, but they would never go so far as to openly deal with him. On this point, Yang Chendong's mind was very clear. There was no such thing as an eternal friend or an eternal enemy. This saying was not wrong. As long as there was no conflict of interest, the two of them should be more biased towards him. There was no need to talk about the Minister of Justice, Su Yozhen. He was one of his own people, and their interests had long been tied together. He was the last person who would make a move against him. As a result, 3 out of the 7 were gone. As for the remaining 4 people, they might listen to Dai Zongji's words, but they did not have any personal enmity with him. In addition, before he left more than a year ago, he had dealt with the Minister of Justice, Yu Shiwei. This was tantamount to a show of force, which was equivalent to ringing the alarm bell for them. When he had to deal with a person with all his strength, even the Emperor could not protect him. This was very alarming. Unless it was necessary, they would not use all their strength to deal with him. Thinking about it this way, Dai Zong was really pitiful. None of the 7 important ministers could be used in this matter, and he could only personally go. Although it was not to the extent of going into battle with his bare arms, there were many things that he had to spend a lot of effort on. Thinking about the situation in the imperial court in Ming, Yang Chendong was much more confident. Internally, there were elements of disunity. Externally, there was the illustrious reputation of the mercenaries on the battlefield. Yang Chendong, who already had the power to resist, believed that this trip to the capital of Ming this time, although it seemed dangerous, was in fact far less difficult than everyone imagined. Otherwise, he would not have personally taken the risk. Go. This time, my safety is truly in the hands of the Bureau of Security. Yang Chendong made up his mind and slowly stood up. Young master, be at ease. We will do our best to ensure the safety of the young master. Yang San also stood up and spoke as if he was making a military order. With the official business over, Yang Chendong returned to the inner courtyard. 2nd Madame Qiao Yin and 4th Madame Xiang Yangzi were not asleep. The 2 of them had already dismissed their servants, and did not even bring their personal maids. They were just sitting in the hall. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the 2 of them greatly missed their husband. In the past, they had the experience of sharing the same bed. Although it was very embarrassing, reality had already told them that one of them was no longer able to satisfy their husband. Since this was the case, the 2 of them would go into battle together. The decision had been made, but after all, they had not done it for more than a year. Their faces were still red with embarrassment. When Yang Chendong appeared, they lowered their heads even more. However, the 6th young master's hearty laughter was heard. No one knows their husband better than his wife. Madams, I'm here! The current situation was indescribable, but in short, it was a storm. A battle was unavoidable. After the energetic Yang Chendong had more or less tidied up the 2 madams, he hugged each of them with one arm and began to chat. Although the 2 ladies had just experienced a war, and were already very tired, after all, they hadn't seen their husband for so long, so they still had a lot to say in their hearts. This made them forcibly resist their sleepiness, and stay to talk to Yang Chendong in detail. 7th older sister is very pitiful. Although she does not have to worry about food and drink in the manor, I can see that her mood is somewhat depressed. Xiao Yin lay under Yang Chendong's arm and changed to a more comfortable position. She took the initiative to bring up Yang Duo's matter. Among his sisters, Yang Chendong respected his eldest sister the most. He loved his 7th older sister the most. Anyone who was close to him could see this. That was why Xiao Yin timely cried out for Yang Duo's innocence. Gossip is a fearful thing. Yang Chendong said these words with a sigh. In feudal society, women had always been in a subordinate position. As the saying went, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. This was a true portrayal of their lives. Yang Duo was a divorced woman. Although it was said that because of Yang Chendong's interference, it was not a divorce but a divorce, after all, she was not an ordinary person. Just based on the fact that she had a brother who was a duke, she was already incomparably powerful. Such a woman really made people love and hate her. She loved her beauty and status. She also hated her status. Her previous husband had been unceremoniously dealt with by Yang Chendong. If he married Yang Duo and was in a bad mood one day, wouldn't the Duke of Loyal and Daring deal with them the same way he dealt with her previous husband? It was almost impossible for a divorced woman to become the first wife of a man. However, you still want to marry the Duke of Loyal and Daring's older sister as a concubine? Are you really tired of living? Under these conditions and circumstances, no one had come to propose marriage even though they had been divorced for more than 2 years. It looked like Yang Duo was really going to become an old lady and be alone for the rest of her life. As Yang Chendong's wife and the one who had followed the young master for the longest time, how could Xiaoying not ask? How could she not be anxious? That's right. Sometimes, when I see Seventh Sister standing by herself, she really does give off a very lonely and pitiful feeling, Lady Xiang said cooperatively. She was naturally paying attention to Yang Duo because her husband was very fond of his youngest sister. As a wife, it was only right for her to worry about this matter. The voices of the two wives were tinged with grief, but Yang Chendong had an indifferent expression. It's fine. When I take you away this time, I'll take Seventh Sister with me. She'll definitely find someone she likes, something she likes to do, and a home that belongs to her. In the capital, Yang Chendong did not only have Seventh Sister, but she was the only one without a husband, so she was the most suitable person to be taken away. Others would not say anything, and they would only say that he was a younger brother who valued friendship, so there was no need to be polite. Hearing that Yang Chendong was going to take Yang Duo away, Jiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that her husband would only take them away and leave Seventh Sister behind. If that was the case, she did not dare to imagine what would happen. At the very least, she would often accompany Seventh Sister and chat with her. But once she was gone, wouldn't Seventh Sister be even more lonely? With Yang Duo's problem solved, a new one appeared. Husband, what are you going to do about Junko? You've left her here for more than 2 years. What are you going to do? That's right. Little sister Junko is also very beautiful. The fourth madam, Lady Xiang, began her act of leaving a gap, and then raised her head to look curiously at Yang Chendong who was lying beside her. When it came to Junko's matter, Yang Chendong naturally couldn't be as indifferent as when he was talking about Seventh Sister. From the bottom of his heart, which man did not love beautiful women? Especially Junko's body was full of nobility, and she was very beautiful and smart. But if he had to take her for himself just because she was beautiful, Yang Chendong could not do such a thing. On the contrary, his heart was still very conflicted. He must conquer the Japanese Empire. This was not only a matter of the plan, but some things had already begun to be carried out secretly. The artillery had been sent out, and he heard that the other side was actively preparing. But because the matter was too big, if he did not have the confidence to succeed in one shot, he could not act rashly. This was why there was no decisive battle. The day when the Japanese Empire was in chaos would be the day when Yang Chendong would attack. At that time, how could he face Junko? He had destroyed her home, and now he wanted her to follow him wholeheartedly. Even though Yang Chendong was very confident in some aspects, he did not think that he could do it. With such a contradiction in his heart, Yang Chendong adopted an indifferent attitude towards Junko. With the idea of letting nature take its course, if the other party really wanted to stay, of course, he would welcome her. If the other party must leave, then he would let her go. It could only be said that they were not fated to be together. Chapter 795. This time, I'll be taking her with me. Once we're out of Ming's territory, she'll be safe. At that time, I'll let her choose what path she wants to take. Yang Chendong took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. Is husband willing to part with her? Xiaoyin asked playfully. She naturally didn't know what was on Yang Chendong's mind. She only thought that he wouldn't be able to throw away his face, which was why he came up with such an excuse. Yang Chendong naturally wouldn't explain too much. After all, he was well aware that sometimes it was impossible to reason with a woman. He laughed heartily and said, "It's been a long time since you've gone to the capital for a stroll. It's almost the new year, so it must be very lively. How about we go to the immortal abode for a drink tomorrow?" Sure enough, this method of replacing a tree with a flower was very effective. When they heard that Yang Chindong was going to take them to the capital, the two madams were extremely happy. Out of consideration for their safety, they had been cooped up in the Yang clan manor for a long time. Their hearts were already itching to fly out, not to mention that they would be accompanied by their husband. The two women immediately agreed. "All right, it's decided then. But a good night is worth 1,000 gold. Shouldn't we do something?" Yang Chidong, who had already rested enough, was starting to raise a certain part of his body. "Ah!" The two women cried out in shock and embarrassment. And then, you know what happened. After a busy night, the two madams were both lazing in bed the next morning. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Yang Chindong was an animal. On the contrary, he got out of bed normally, and his expression was refreshed. First, he practiced military boxing 5 times in a row. Then, he ran 5 kilometers with the guards. When he returned to the manor for breakfast, he called for his wife to accompany him. The two of them whispered to each other for a long time, but outsiders didn't know what they were talking about. At 9 in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky. Only then did the two madams get out of bed with the help of their maids. After a simple bowl of porridge, they began to put on their disguises. Another hour passed, and when the clock struck 10:15, the two women boarded the largest carriage in the manor. Together with Yang Chinong, they set off for the capital 15 li away. Of course, this carriage was different. The first carriage with shock absorbers had followed Yang Chindong, first madam, and third madam to the southern Ming dynasty. This carriage was the latest one, and it was more luxurious than the previous one. The wheels of the carriage were not the commonly used wooden wheels, but leather wheels that seemed to have been modified from rubber. There were also many shock absorbers added. The interior of the carriage was also much larger, and there were even many thin fabrics placed in the inner layer of the carriage. This would not increase the weight of the carriage, and in case someone attacked with a bow or even a gun, it would be able to defend against arrows and bullets. The carriage left the Yang family manor, accompanied by the 2 guards and more than 100 black cavalry. Unlike yesterday, the Wolf Fang special forces and Ghost Shadow snipers were nowhere to be seen. Under the escort of more than 100 black cavalry, the carriage left the manor and headed straight for the Yongding gate of the capital. The moment the carriage left the manor, the embroidered uniform guard spies who had been keeping watch outside received the news. This news was then reported up through the ranks, and it didn't take long for it to reach Chief Eunuch Ji Ning. "It seems like he's about to make a move. Have someone keep a close eye on them. Without orders, they're not to act rashly." Ji Ning still didn't know what Yang Chindong was planning, so she could only wait and see. This allowed Yang Chindong's group to enter the capital without any obstructions. The 100-some black cavalry appeared on the streets of the capital in an awe-inspiring manner. Their appearance naturally attracted the attention of the common people, and a piece of news quickly began to spread through the crowd. "This is the Duke of Loyalty, known as the War God. Not long ago, he was ordered by the Emperor to reclaim Tulu City. I heard that just the Mongol cavalry alone killed over 10,000 people and saved countless of our Han people." An elegant young master stood in the crowd and told the news he knew. "What? There was such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Many of the commoners who suddenly heard this revealed shocked expressions. There was also this person who had a disapproving expression. It was clear that they would not believe this kind of rumor. "Of course you wouldn't have heard of it. Let me tell you, isn't it almost the new year? When the time comes, His Majesty will announce it as a joyous occasion for the entire country. This news is still under lockdown. If not for the fact that I have a friend who is an official in the Bureau of Military Personnel, I wouldn't have heard of this news either." The elegant young master found a legitimate reason, his face saying that he had many connections and couldn't be like them. Yes. My master also mentioned it in his residence. It really is true, a man in the garb of a retainer in the crowd suddenly said, cooperating with the young master. This immediately drew everyone's attention. For a matter, if one person said it was true, it might not be credible, but when more people said it was true, then it couldn't be treated as idle. For a time, this news blew like a cold wind in all directions, and some people with big mouths began to spread this news out. But as the instigator, the young master and his servant had long disappeared into the crowd. They were originally secret agents of the Security Bureau and were used to playing many roles. What happened just now was just a very common case in the mission. When the news spread, Yang Chenong's carriage was moving through the crowd. It was rare for people to make way for him from afar. This was a form of respect for heroes, but how could it not be a reflection of the people's hearts? The embroidered uniform guards who had been following the carriage were also stunned by this scene. However, it was clearly too late to investigate the source of the news. Seeing how much the common people loved the Duke of Loyalty, they had no choice but to report this news to their superiors. In the imperial palace, Zhu Qiyu, who had also heard the news, was waiting for the latest developments. Suddenly, he heard a report from one of his subordinates. When he heard the rumors on the streets, his face filled with anger, and he suddenly roared. "This is kidnapping! Kidnapping! When he went to attack Talis City, when did he receive our edict? What is he trying to do? Does he think that because he has the support of the common people, we don't dare to do anything to him? This is Ming's capital. Here, we have the final say, we have the final say." Seeing the emperor's anger, Jining dropped to her knees and cried, "Your Majesty, please calm down, Your Majesty, please calm down. In truth, if you think about it carefully, this isn't a bad thing. Since this news has spread, it must be the work of the Duke of Loyalty. Doesn't this mean that he intends to give Talis City to Your Majesty?" Zhu Qiyu, who had wanted to continue roaring to vent his dissatisfaction, suddenly stopped. Instead, he seemed to be thinking about something. Soon after, he chuckled and said, "That's right, my beloved subjects' words are exactly what we want. Since that's the case, I'll let some people know what it means to lift a rock and smash one's own foot. How about this? Immediately pass down the order to spread the news that the Duke of Loyalty attacked Talis City on our orders. Let everyone in the world know, ha 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 ha." A tiny Talis City naturally didn't enter Zhu Qiyu's eyes. He didn't even consider how many Mongolian soldiers there were in the city, or how many Han commoners were under threat. His reputation was nothing more than a good reputation for daring to face the Mongols and raising the morale of the people. "Your Majesty is wise," Jining hurriedly flattered. The delighted Zhu Qiyu laughed heartily as he made his way to the harem. He wanted to share this good news with the Empress and the imperial concubines. As for Yang Chenong, he trusted that the embroidered uniform guard was keeping an eye on him to see if anything had happened. After the decree was issued, news quickly spread throughout the city that Ming had taken Talis City and that the Han commoners there had been rescued. The commoners were overjoyed when they heard this news. After all, they had always retreated and avoided the Mongol army of the steppe. They rarely took the initiative to attack, let alone take down a city, kill the Mongol soldiers, and rescue the commoners. This news caused the atmosphere of the new year to become even more lively. Some of the wealthier commoners even set off firecrackers in the streets, as if the entire country was celebrating. In this celebratory atmosphere, Yang Chenong's group arrived outside the immortal abode. The manager in charge of the place came out to welcome them, leading them to the best box in the immortal abode, the Sky Room 1. It was almost the new year, and Ming seemed to be celebrating the prosperity of the country. The capital was bustling with activity, and the business of the immortal abode was getting better and better. Over the past 3 years, more and more merchants and officials had joined the immortal abode. Gradually, the immortal abode became the most luxurious place in the city. It was as if an important friend had come, and if they didn't treat him to a meal, they would be neglecting him. In this atmosphere, the mark of the Yang clan on the immortal abode grew increasingly faint. In the immortal abode, Yang Chenong's group entered a private room and sat down. In a residence 3 streets away from the immortal abode, a vigorous youth pushed open the door and entered. When he saw the official seated in the main hall, he dropped to his knees and said, "This lowly one, Chingua, pays respects to milord. Milord, this person is called Chingua. He is very clever." An embroidered uniform guard official whispered into the official's ear. The person called milord had a rather pale complexion. Even if one looked closely, they wouldn't be able to see any beard at the corner of his mouth. With this insignia, his identity was obvious. He was most likely a eunuch. Eunuchs that the embroidered uniform guard tried to curry favor with tended to have great backgrounds. This was indeed the case. This person's surname was Jean, but his given name was incomplete. He was one of the adopted sons of Ji Ning, the great eunuch of the ceremony bureau. The 13-sword Shinkun, who had tried to assassinate Yang Chendong in the south, had been sent by this person. Chapter 796. It was a pity that Yang Chendong was stronger, and in the end, Shinkun died in battle. However, because of this matter, Jin Buchuan was hated by the Security Bureau. If it wasn't for Yang Chendong's saying that he would personally take care of this person, he would already be a cold corpse. The Imperial Guard Baihu standing beside Jin Buchuan was named Tong Lai. He was originally just a hoodlum on the streets, but he relied on his bootlicking skills to enter the Imperial Guard. After relying on Jin Buchuan, he was able to obtain the position of Baihu. It was as if a black chicken had turned into a phoenix. After becoming a Baihu and enjoying the benefits of power, Tong Lai was no longer satisfied with his current position. He wanted to continue climbing up, so he started to rope incapable people. This Chingguo was someone he had his eyes on. Reality proved that his judgment was not wrong. This person that he relied on as his trusted aide brought him good news. They had actually found the Mongol army's spy in the capital and found a place for them to stay. The Mongol army's spy in the capital had always been in existence that gave the Imperial Guard headaches. They came and went without a trace, and their organization was very tight. They were like an annoying mosquito that would appear when you were sleeping, and disappear when you woke up to look for them. For this matter, the Imperial Guard had used a lot of manpower and resources, but the results were not what they wanted. Now, they had actually found traces of them, and even locked onto their specific location. How could this news not make them excited? Seeing Chingguo appear, it was as if he had seen power and gold. Tong Lai anxiously asked, "Did you find where they are staying? Did they find you? We've been changing people to follow them back to the Baihu, so they did not find us. Right now, we still have my brother outside keeping watch." Chingguo answered as expected. She then raised her head and smiled, as if she was asking for a reward. Jin Buchuan saw this and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. People like this only wanted money and power. There was no loyalty in relying on people like this. However, these people were often the best targets to be used because they would do anything for money. It was this appearance that made Jin Buchuan's heart calm down. He also found out from Tong Lai that there was more than one embroidered uniform guard watching them, so the possibility of them being connected was close to zero. Ha ha ha, good. If that's the case, then I'll have to ask Brother Chingguo to lead the way. The sound of a male duck's throat was extremely thin, making people feel uncomfortable after hearing it. But at this moment, no one dared to say such a thing. They all lowered their heads and cupped their fists, saying, "Congratulations, sir, for making a new contribution. Ha ha ha, let's go." Jin Buchuan, who appeared to be extremely happy, laughed heartily as he walked out of this ordinary little courtyard under the escort of the crowd. Chingguo lowered her head and walked at the very front. Her lowered head revealed a resolute expression, completely different from the flattering smile from before. Other than himself, no one else knew about his other identity. One of the secret agents of the Security Bureau. He was one of the members who had infiltrated the embroidered uniform guard 3 years ago. Because he had never been sent on a mission, his identity was unknown to outsiders. But just a few days ago, when he had just returned home, he had suddenly been captured and brought to an unknown place with his head covered. There, he had met his highest superior, the head of the security bureau, Yang San. In his excitement, he had accepted a new mission. From that moment on, Chen Gui knew that his opportunity to perform a meritorious service had come. If he performed well, he might even be able to stand out among his peers and bring glory to his ancestors. With this excitement, he carefully studied every detail of the mission, which led to the scene where he took the initiative to appear here today. The others didn't know what Chen Gui was thinking. Everyone still treated him as one of their own, following behind him as they walked down the main street. What he didn't know was that every step he took forward was a step closer to death. Following behind Chen Gui, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a place bustling with activity. This place was clearly more lively than many other places nearby. If this wasn't the immortal abode, where else could it be? They're here? Jin Buchuan couldn't help but frown when he saw the immortal abode. It wasn't because he felt that something was wrong, but because he had just received news that the Duke of Loyalty had come to the immortal abode with his 2 wives. Jin Buchuan felt a bit of fear towards the Duke of Loyalty. Even though this person was so powerful that even his godfather had to avoid him, the main reason was that he was the one who had sent the assassin, Shin Kun. Even though the assassin was already dead, and there was no proof, if the Duke of Loyalty went crazy, would he be able to reason with him? Jin Buchuan felt a bit uncertain. Beside him, the official Tong Lai didn't know about any of this. As soon as he entered, he only raised his head and glanced at the 3 words, immortal abode, then stopped thinking about it. This wasn't surprising. The embroidered uniform guard only had a goal in mind. They didn't care about the process. So what if it was the immortal abode? A while ago, the embroidered uniform guards had gone to the residence of Hu Xiao, the Minister of Rights. They had even taken away his eldest son. Nothing major had happened. Because of this, a small immortal abode was naturally nothing in his eyes. You guys come here. The sharp-eyed Tong Lai discovered several other embroidered uniform guard agents hidden among the commoners. He waved his hand and called them over. Let me ask you, did that Mongol enter this place? Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. The agents all nodded, confirming Chen Gui's words. Tong Lai was also a smart person. He never placed all his trust in a single person. Now that everyone was saying the same thing, he couldn't help but believe 90% of it. All right, since that's the case, Chen Gui and you two come with me. I want to confirm it. Tong Lai was a very careful person. Even though Jin Buchuan was here, he wasn't afraid of the immortal abode's powerful background. However, if he didn't have conclusive evidence, he wouldn't make a move so casually. After all, there were many officials who ate here every day. Any small matter that happened here could turn into a huge matter. Jin Buchuan saw Tong Lai's cautiousness and felt extremely gratified. He really was worried that this person would charge in without a care. If that happened, not only would they fail to catch the person, they would also get themselves into trouble. Very good. Go ahead. As long as you confirm that the person we're looking for is here, even if it's the immortal abode, it doesn't matter. We can still catch the person here. If anyone dares to obstruct us, we'll punish them for the same crime. Jin Buchuan's words made Tong Lai extremely excited. This meant that he had a backer now. He hurriedly nodded. Rest assured, sir. Just wait here for my good news. Let's go! Tong Lai led Chen Gui and his other brother into the immortal abode just like that. As soon as they entered, Chen Gui flashed a membership card. Even though it was the lowest level, it was still like a pass. No one stopped them. Seeing that Chen Gui had even prepared a membership card, Tong Lai couldn't help but nod his head in approval. Then, the 3 of them directly went upstairs. Coincidentally, as soon as the 3 of them reached the 2nd floor, they saw a figure appear in front of them. Then, that figure gradually disappeared into the distance, heading straight for the 3rd floor of the immortal abode. That's the person we were watching before. This time, Chen Gui didn't need to say anything. The other person took the initiative to speak. In fact, even without him saying anything, Tong Lai also noticed that the person was wearing a Han Chinese robe. However, underneath the robe was a pair of Mongol felt boots. This kind of felt boots had become a symbol of the Mongol people, and a very obvious one at that. Of course, this wasn't much. The most important thing was the way this person walked. He didn't walk like an ordinary Han Chinese, but rather like a crab walking sideways. Normally, a person could disguise themselves and change their appearance. However, the way they walked was something that had been ingrained for many years. It wasn't something that could be changed just because one wanted to. It was precisely because of this that Tong Lai recognized this person's identity. Putting aside whether or not he was a spy, he was definitely a Mongol. "Sir, he went to the 3rd floor? With this membership card in my hand, I can't go up to the 3rd floor. If I don't do it properly, I'll attract trouble." Qinghua looked at the card in her hand with a mournful expression, then shook her head. "No matter." Tong Lai didn't seem to mind at all. "Qinghua, immediately go and inform Sir that I've already locked onto the Mongol spy. Sir, please come and apprehend him." Without a membership card, they could only force their way in. With Tong Lai's strength, it might be a bit troublesome, but with Jin Buchuan, there wasn't much of a problem. Behind him was Chief Steward Ji Ning. In the capital, there was nothing that he couldn't handle. Moreover, if they really did catch the Mongol spy here, it would be a great achievement. At that time, they would be able to control the immortal abode. It would be normal for them to bleed a bit. When that time came, wouldn't he also have to bask in the glory? After receiving the order, Qinghua turned around and went downstairs. At this point, she knew that the plan was already more than half complete. Tong Lai didn't have to wait for long. Soon, Jin Buchuan led the 8 embroidered uniform guards up to the 2nd floor. Unlike Qinghua, he rushed up the stairs with the embroidered uniform guard token in hand. As such, he attracted quite a few of the Immortal Abode staff members. "Sir, everyone here is a guest. There shouldn't be any bad people. Is there a misunderstanding?" One of the Immortal Abode staff members said with an apologetic smile as he led 2 young men to the 2nd floor. It seemed like they were going to stop Jin Buchuan from taking action here. Chapter 797. Misunderstanding my ass. This lord discovered Mongolian spies here, and we're going to conduct a search. If you're tactful and cooperate, we can lessen your punishment. Otherwise, we'll throw you into the imperial prison and let you know that sometimes, even death is a beautiful thing. Revealing a ferocious expression, Jin Buchuan used his croaky voice to threaten the steward who followed him. This? The manager was clearly frightened. He didn't know what to say for a moment. "Don't say this and that. Let me tell you, cooperate with us, or we'll arrest you right now." "All right, I'll give you a chance. Go up to the 3rd floor and invite all the guests out." Tong Lai stepped up to the manager's side and flashed the spring-embroidered blade in his hand. He looked like he really would kill at the slightest provocation. This really did scare the manager. Afraid of death, he could only nod. "Fine, I'll cooperate with you." With the manager leading the way, the waiters on the 3rd floor naturally didn't dare stop them. Jin Buchuan, Tong Lai, and the others smoothly arrived on the 3rd floor. Afterwards, they began to clear out the rooms one by one. Those who could dine on the 3rd floor naturally all had the highest membership cards. Their statuses were also different from ordinary people. They were eating here, but the Immortal Abode's manager suddenly asked them to leave first. Of course, they were all extremely dissatisfied. Those with bad tempers immediately began to curse. However, as the embroidered uniform guards in flying robes appeared one after another, they all shut their mouths. Just a while ago, the genie guards had even arrested the eldest son of Minister Hu Xianshu. He was also the genie guards' town commissioner. He was one of their own. However, when he made a move, he did not show any mercy. What were they? They had angered him. So what if he killed them on the spot? They were still dissatisfied, but they didn't show it. They only snorted coldly and walked out of the room. Jin Buchuan didn't even bother to look at the dissatisfaction shown by these people. He only asked Tong Lai, "How is it? Did you find that Mongolian?" "No. None of these people are Mongolians. Tong Lai stared intently. He was confident that as long as that person appeared, he would be able to recognize him. He would never make a mistake. Just like that, the private rooms were emptied one after another. More and more people walked out of the room, but they still couldn't find any trace of that person. For a moment, Tong Lai wasn't as confident as before. Layers of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. "Milord, there's only one room left. Please take a look." That manager looked at Jean Buchuan as if his parents had died and spoke in a pleading tone. "The last room needs to be searched even more. The person we're looking for might be here." Jean Buchuan did not show any signs of stopping. With such a big fuss, if he returned without any results, it was likely that not long after, a memorial to impeach him would appear on the Emperor's dragon table. He didn't want to be punished, and his mind was in a mess. He had completely forgotten that the Duke of Loyalty was currently eating in the immortal abode. Seeing how unreasonable Jean Buchuan was, the manager could only lead 2 embroidered uniform guards to knock on the door of the final private room. Without waiting for permission to be emitted from within, they pushed open the door and entered. Soon after, 3 figures flew out. Tong tong. The figures landed on the floor, causing the entire floor to tremble. However, this also caused Jean Buchuan and Tong Lai's eyes to brighten. "Ha ha! They actually dared to make an enemy out of our embroidered uniform guards. They must be the people we're looking for. Attack together! Capture them!" At this moment, the 2 of them only had eyes for the Mongol agents they were looking for. All other problems had been thrown to the back of their minds. This was a solid achievement, a good opportunity for them to rise in rank and make a fortune. As the 2 of them roared, the embroidered uniform guards behind them also charged forward. This was Bai Ming's capital, and their intelligence reports had said that the Mongol agents were secretly meeting. There shouldn't be too many of them, only 2 or 3 at most. They had more than 10 people in total, so what was there to be afraid of? In order to become an embroidered uniform guard, one had to undergo a strict test in terms of skill. Even if some people had special talents, they still had to undergo frequent training after entering the organization. After all, when it came to a crucial moment, when they fought with others, they wouldn't care about their status. If they were too weak and let the enemy escape from under their noses, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? The group of embroidered uniform guards, who prided themselves on being elites, pulled out their spring-embroidered sabers and charged into the private room one after another. However, they didn't know what kind of elites they were going to face next. They were the kind of cold vanguards who were 5 to 10 times stronger than the embroidered uniform guards. They were the kind of veterans who had fought countless battles on the battlefield and were still unscathed. Yes, this private room was Sky Room Number 1. It was the place where Yang Chundong, 2nd Madam, and 4th Madam were eating together. Considering that he was eating with Madam, Yang Chindong didn't bring too many people. However, since they were in a foreign place, the other guards were arranged to go downstairs. Beta Persei, Yang Si, Badeo Jiang, Ping Yu, and Shibi were still in the private room. The 5 of them weren't bad at fighting. The only problem was that Shibi was a little thin because of long-term malnutrition. However, when it came to fighting skills, 2 or 3 ordinary embroidered uniform guards couldn't take him down. Of course, the figure who had led Tong Lai away was him. This was also the task Yang Chindong had arranged for him early in the morning. Letting a Han and Mongolian mixed-blood general who had lived in Mongolia for a long time play the role of a Mongolian spy, no one would be able to see any flaws. After the mission was completed, Shibi entered Sky Room Number 1 and put on a set of black armor that had been stored there for a long time. After changing his clothes, his entire temperament immediately changed. Even though they were face to face, Tong Lai couldn't tell the difference between this person and a Han, nor could he tell the relationship between him and a Mongolian. When Jean Buchuan and Tong Lai reached the 3rd floor, chaos broke out outside. Yang Chindong, who was eating with the 2 madams, knew that the fish had taken the bait. However, he didn't panic in the slightest. On the contrary, he continued to drink with the madams in the private room, as if he didn't care at all about what was happening outside. With Yang Chindong's current status, it would be too shameful for him to personally take part in the fighting. He left it for Beta Persei and the others to deal with. Knowing that something unexpected might happen, but knowing that everything was under control, Beta Persei and the others naturally rolled up their sleeves and prepared to go all out. When the door was pushed open from the outside, everyone began to move without a word. Not only were the first 2 embroidered uniform guards sent flying, even the manager of the immortal abode who had been forced to lead the way was sent flying with a kick. After beating up the first group, this was only the beginning. More and more embroidered uniform guards rushed in, brandishing their swords as they attacked. They didn't care at all, and their attitudes were extremely arrogant. Normally, Beta Persei and the others were at the 6th young master's side. Wherever they went, they were respected. Even when facing enemies, they didn't show the slightest bit of fear, let alone these dozen or so embroidered uniform guards. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. If you don't report your name, then we don't have to ask. Let's beat you up first. Ding ding dang dang. After a few exchanges, all of the embroidered uniform guards who had rushed and were knocked to the ground. Only Jin Buqian and Tong Lai were still standing. Even Qinghua, who had been mixed in with the crowd, had been knocked to the ground. Blood was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. It looked so real. The security bureau was a vertical management. Perhaps Yang Chenong already knew Qinghua's identity, or perhaps he didn't. However, Beta Persei and the others definitely didn't know. Therefore, when they attacked just now, they didn't hold back at all. This was actually the perfect disguise. 10 embroidered uniform guard brothers were knocked to the ground. This scene caused Jin Buqian's chest to heave up and down. Quite a few of these people were wearing the uniform of the embroidered uniform guard. He did not believe that the other party could not see through their identities. Even if they knew, they still dared to attack. Just based on this, these people deserved to die. Jin Buqian's eyes flashed with anger. He already regarded the people in front of him as dead. The only one standing beside him, Tong Lai, also had a face full of anger. They were embroidered uniform guards. Even if they rushed into a minister's house to arrest someone, no one would dare to stop them. Now they were actually beaten in a restaurant. How could he take this lying down? Although the other party's aura seemed to be stronger at this moment, and 3 of the 5 people were wearing black armor, giving off a very fierce feeling, he still angrily rebuked. Who are you people? Do you know that we're embroidered uniform guards handling a case? We don't know. Beta Persei, who was wearing ordinary civilian clothes, was the first to step forward. Then, he looked at Tong Lai and said in a tone that didn't show any signs of backing down. This is a place to eat. Who are you to dare to trespass here? Needless to say, you're clearly not good people. Yang Si, who was wearing civilian clothes, also took a step forward and said, For more than a year, the embroidered uniform guards had been pressuring the Yang family's forces step by step. Although they didn't do anything excessive because Yang Chendong was outside, it was only the result of restraint on both sides. Because of this, he didn't know how much anger he had suppressed in his heart. Now that he finally had a chance to vent it, he had to seize it properly. In a very short period of time, the 2 people exchanged questions and answers. In particular, they directly pointed out that the embroidered uniform guards were not good people. This angered Tong Lai. If it weren't for the fact that they looked strong, he would have directly raised his sword and cut them down. Fortunately, he didn't forget that he still had Jin Buqian behind him, so he didn't make a decision on his own. Instead, he turned around and looked awkwardly. Jin Buqian was also furious. Commoners knew not to scold bald thieves in front of monks. Now, these people actually dared to say that the embroidered uniform guards were not good people in front of the embroidered uniform guards. If he didn't show the toughness he should have, once this matter spread out, how could he establish himself in the future? Chapter 798. In his anger, when he saw Tong Lai looking at him, his face flushed red as he said, Why are you looking at me? Do I need to tell you the consequences of obstructing the embroidered uniform guards from handling a case? There's no need. Tong Lai immediately understood Jin Buchuan's meaning. He recalled how he personally went to the Hu estate to capture Hu Zhongning a few days ago. How could he admit defeat now? After hearing Jin Buchuan's words, he seemed to be filled with courage. He waved the shining embroidered spring saber in his hand in midair and shouted, "We, the embroidered uniform guards, are going to investigate a case. All of you scram! Anyone who blocks our way will be killed without mercy!" As he spoke, Tong Lai strode forward. His target was the inner room. He believed that the person hiding inside was the Mongolian he saw earlier. As long as he could find this person, he would have the upper hand in this matter. Tong Lai walked forward courageously, as if he was the boss. However, an arm suddenly reached out from beside him. Before he could react, the embroidered spring saber in his hand was taken away. Then, with a backhand slash, the blade slapped Tong Lai's arm. The intense pain caused him to cry out in pain. His body also staggered back a few steps. "Rebel! Rebel! Just you wait. I will kill all of you. I will also kill your entire family." Seeing that there was someone who dared to obstruct the embroidered uniform guards from investigating a case, Jin Buchuan roared hysterically in anger. Then, he decisively turned around and left. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He wanted to gather more embroidered uniform guards. He wanted to kill all of these people. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Jin Buchuan had always been high and mighty. He couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly, and thought that he could walk out unscathed. However, he forgot one thing. Sometimes, even if he didn't find trouble with others, it didn't mean that others wouldn't find trouble with him. Just as Jin Buchuan turned around, Ba Daojiang, who had received Jin Buchuan's instructions, leaped forward and arrived behind Jin Buchuan. Then, he extended his large hand. Jin Buchuan, who was about to walk out, suddenly felt his neck tighten. Then, he was sent flying. His body did a 180-degree spin and fell to the ground with a plop. This hit made him see stars. All the bones in his body seemed to have become soft and sore at this moment. Jin Buchuan, who had been smashed into a daze, opened his eyes after about 5 or 6 breaths of time. What he saw was the scene of him kneeling on the ground. Then, he shook his head violently and said, "You! What are you trying to do? Do you know who I am?" No one answered Jin Buchuan's question. Only a few pairs of eyes coldly stared at him. It was as if they were staring at a dying mad dog. Apart from coldness, there was only coldness in their eyes. Jin Buchuan felt his entire body turn cold. He suddenly realized something. Now wasn't the time for him to show off. Instead, it was a problem of whether or not he could protect himself. None of the people in front of him seemed easy to deal with. Just as Jin Buchuan's mind gradually cleared up, the door to the innermost room in the sky, room number 1, finally opened. A figure also walked out. As this person's footsteps gradually approached, an indescribable pressure slowly formed, causing Jin Buchuan, who was still half kneeling on the ground, to feel his hair stand on end. The person who had come was tall and his footsteps were steady. There was also a smile on his face that didn't fit the current atmosphere. However, even though there was a smile on his face, Jin Buchuan didn't know why, but when he raised his head and looked at him, he felt suffocated. He had already seen the appearance of the person who had come, so his mouth was wide open at this moment. "Duke! Duke of Loyalty! Oh? You recognize me!" As if he was very surprised that Jin Buchuan was able to recognize him, Yang Qindong's smile grew even wider. However, this sort of smile could be described as the smile of a demon. Reality also proved that after he smiled, Yang Qindong's expression suddenly turned cold. "Since you recognize me, you still dare to come and find trouble for me, and even say that you will exterminate my 9 generations? Humph! I really don't know who gave you the guts." Only now did Jin Buchuan realize how big of a mistake he had made. Although the Duke of Loyalty was feared by the Emperor, he wasn't an existence that would be publicly provoked. He had heard from many of his colleagues that if the Emperor really wanted to deal with the Duke of Loyalty, he wouldn't have allowed him to enter the capital. This was an existence that even the emperor didn't want to provoke. He had just said that he wanted to exterminate his 9 generations, and so many of his brothers had heard it. At this moment, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he fell into the Yellow River. When he thought of the severity of the problem and how his godfather would deal with him after he returned, Jean Buchuan's legs that were originally half-kneeling suddenly all knelt down. Then, like a pug that was wagging its tail to its master, he crawled forward several steps until he was 2 meters away from young Chenot. Duke of Loyalty, it's all this lowly one's fault. I didn't know you were here. You didn't know I was here? Don't you know where this place is? Don't you know what the number 1 heaven room represents? Humph! After mingling in the capital for so long, there's no need for you to deny it. I can see that you're here for me. It's just that you're not strong enough to kill me, so you want to admit your mistake and escape first. But once I let you go, I'm afraid that a large group of embroidered uniformed guards will immediately surround this place. You've probably wanted to kill me 100 times before you're satisfied, right? As Yang Chidong spoke, he slowly squatted down and looked at Jean Buchuan as though he was looking at a dead dog. Your scheme didn't succeed, and you're thinking of begging for mercy now. Isn't it a little too late? If anyone who wants to kill me can leave safely, I'm sure that everyone will want to try their luck in the future. Sigh, although I'm a soft-hearted person, I won't allow others to threaten my safety for no reason. Thus, I can only wrong you a little. Haha, deal with these 2 leaders. I've already said that I'm a soft-hearted person, so I'll only punish the leaders. But if there's anyone else who doesn't have eyes the next time, I'll kill them all. Leave no one alive. These words seem to be in order for Beta Persei and the others, as well as a death sentence for Jean Buchuan. But at the same time, they also seemed to be for the embroidered uniform guards who had been beaten to the ground, their faces swollen and bruised. After saying all this, he didn't even look at Jean Buchuan. He turned around and walked back into the private room. There were still 2 madams waiting for him. Since they were out for a meal, it was best not to let some matters affect their appetite. As Yang Qindong's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Jean Buchuan's face turned ghastly pale. He finally remembered that the Immortal Abode's number 1 room could only be used by 2 people. One of them was the current emperor. In this regard, Shu Qizhen of Yingzhong would often visit this room. Of course, Shu Qiyu of Daizhong also had this right now. The second person was the Immortal Abode's biggest boss, Yang Qindong. This place was originally his property, so he could obviously spend his money wherever he wanted. This was something everyone was familiar with. But just then, Jean Buchuan had completely forgotten about this. He'd rushed in without even looking. This should have been planned ahead of time. Jean Buchuan was still in a daze. While he was still regretting his impudence, the scene in front of him once again drew all of his mental energy over. While he was in a daze, Beta Persei had already lifted Tong Lai up and brought him in front of Jean Buchuan like a dead dog. Second brother, leave this person to me. How about you kill the big one? As if he didn't want Beta Persei to monopolize the limelight, Yang Si chuckled and also walked over. Alright, then we'll each take one. Beta Persei seemed to be someone who readily accepted good advice. He listened to Yang Si's suggestion. He tossed Tong Lai to the ground and reached out his hand to grab Jean Buchuan. In just a moment, Yang Si had already arrived in front of Tong Lai with a sharp dagger. He first smiled, then raised his hand and brought the dagger down. A piece of fresh flesh flew into the air. But to everyone's surprise, only a piece of flesh flew out. There was no blood. Just from this point alone, one could tell that Yang Si was already a qualified butcher. He knew how to do it without drawing blood and still cut off a piece of flesh. This isn't good. You're already starting. Don't act shamelessly. It was as if they were playing a game. Seeing that Yang Si had already taken the lead and swung his dagger, Beta Persei chuckled and also took out a sharp dagger. This scene frightened Jean Buchuan. With Tong Lai as an example, how could he not know what the other party was going to do? Not only was he going to kill, but he was going to torture him to death. This was the method he used to deal with others. In his shock, when he realized that Yang Qindong really dared to kill him, Jin Buchuan was finally terrified. He opened his mouth and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I'm going to..." Swoosh! Blood and flesh flew out. A chunk of fat flew out from under Jin Buchuan's ribs, separated from his body. The one who attacked was Beta Persei. He slashed again and again. As he cut off piece after piece of fat, he did not forget to say, "You don't even F***king know who you are, so how would we know who you are? People with your IQ shouldn't live in this world and waste food." Chapter 799 Beta Persei and Yangtze seemed to be in a competition. In a short period of time, 108 pieces of flesh fell from Jin Buchuan and Tong Lai's bodies. The pain of this process could not be described with words. The other embroidered uniform guards who were beaten to the ground trembled all over as they watched the flesh of the two lords being sliced in front of them. Then, from the initial fear to the middle stages of struggle, and finally to the end, they died with their eyes wide open. One of Jin Ying's godson, one of the embroidered uniform guard Baihu who had just performed a meritorious service, died in front of them. At the beginning, he struggled a few times, but in the end, he was completely at the mercy of others. All of this fell into the eyes of the 10 embroidered uniform guards who followed them, causing them to close their eyes in fear. Although the Duke of Loyalty had said that only the big ones could be dealt with and the small ones could be spared, who knew if the executors, Beta Persei and Yangtze, would do anything to them in their agitation? If that was the case, they could not resist at all. They were completely fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Just as the 10 brothers of the embroidered uniform guard, with the exception of Chenghua, were nervous, Yangtze opened his mouth. "Second brother, I haven't had enough yet. Should we take out a few more people to kill? Hee, this feels so good." After he finished speaking, Yangtze's cold eyes stared at the 10 embroidered uniform guards. Every time he looked at someone, that person would quickly lower his head, as if he was afraid of being targeted and becoming the next person to be cut off. Fortunately, Beta Persei spoke at this time. "Forget it, young master's orders must be obeyed. As for you wanting to kill people for fun, there should be a chance in the future. There will always be some blind people looking for trouble. When that time comes, you can just kill them all. Who knows, they might even make a move on us in the future." "No! They won't." This time, there was no need for anyone to teach them. The 10 embroidered uniform guards answered honestly, shaking their heads as they spoke. They looked like they were about to swear an oath to prove their innocence. They weren't just saying that to save their lives. They were really scared. Who was Jin Buchuan? He was the adopted son of their chief eunuch. However, Yang Qindong killed him just like that. Although he didn't give Jin Buchuan a chance to prove his identity, no one would believe that the loyal duke didn't recognize Jin Buchuan's identity. Thinking about it, Lien Jinying's adopted son was killed without any hesitation. There was no room for reconciliation. What were they? He was just an ordinary person wearing the identity of an embroidered uniform guard. Perhaps this could be used to scare some ordinary people and officials, but if he wanted to scare the Duke of Loyal Heart, he could forget about it. None of them wanted to die. The 10 of them shook their heads in unison. Their words fell into Beta Persei's ears. He dug his ears as if he didn't hear them clearly. You don't have to be so loud. I've remembered what you said. Since you are so sensible, when you go back, persuade your other colleagues to try. My 4th brother's knife is very sharp. He can kill without spilling blood. Yes, please rest assured. When we go back, we will be honest people. We will also tell our friends to be good people. We definitely won't dare to cause trouble again. We won't dare. With today's lesson, who would want to be enemies with the Duke of Loyal Heart? Not only that, they would probably advise their friends to not get involved in this mess in the future. Jin Buchuan and Tong Lai were dead, but this matter wasn't over. Just as the 10 embroidered uniform guards were shaking their heads to express their determination, a black-armored soldier rushed up from downstairs. He didn't even look at the fallen embroidered uniform guards. His eyes were wide open. Jean Buchuan and Tong Lai's lifeless bodies didn't attract his attention either. He strode up to Beta Persei and whispered, "Big brother Beta Persei, a large group of embroidered uniform guards have arrived downstairs. They've already surrounded this place. Brothers, what should we do?" The newcomer was the captain of the first guard, Chiu Vi. As he spoke, he revealed an expression that suggested he was ready to fight. From the looks of it, he clearly didn't place the embroidered uniform guards outside the immortal abode in his eyes. In reality, the immortal abode was indeed under layers of protection. Not only were there 2 guards in the building ready to counterattack at any time, but they were also there. In the nearby streets, Commanders Xiao Feng and the Cold Vanguard warriors were ready to fight at any time. It was true that the immortal abode belonged to Yang Qindong, but it was also located in the capital of Baiming. In a place like this, the slightest carelessness could lead to an irreparable mistake. For this reason, Yang Qindong had naturally made all the necessary arrangements, including a few backup plans. The so-called backup plans were Iron Tiger's Wolf Fang's special forces hidden around the palace. As soon as the battle began, they would be prepared to bombard the palace. Although it would be difficult for them to charge into the palace with just a few dozen people, creating a huge commotion wouldn't be a problem. In fact, their goal was to scare the emperor into wetting his pants. Although this was a bit of an exaggeration, Zhu Qiyu, who had never seen a real gun before, might really satisfy their demands. It was precisely because he had made all the necessary arrangements that Yang Qindong didn't show any mercy to Jean Buchuan and Tong Lai. One of them had sent an assassin like Shen Kun to kill him, while the other had dared to disrespect his father-in-law and go to the Hu estate to capture him. The target of killing these 2 people was very obvious. At the same time, it was also a kind of demonstration. It was telling some people that they already knew what they were doing. Didn't they want to see their reaction? Then I'll kill them. What can you do about it? Just from this point alone, it was obvious that he was giving them a taste of their own medicine. As the saying went, it was impolite not to reciprocate. Since you captured Hu Zhongning, let's do the same and kill your men. Let's see who's the first to relent, who's the first to show weakness, and who's the fiercest. Back to Chiu Vi's excited request for battle. Beta Persei waved his hand. The young master said that this is the immortal abode. If we make a move here, the losses will be too great. The young master isn't one to make a loss. So, invite the embroidered uniform guards over and have them clean up the battlefield. That way, we won't dirty our brothers' hands with these corpses. Beta Persei spoke very casually, without any intention of suppressing his voice. Everyone present heard him clearly. The 10 embroidered uniform guards naturally looked down, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Dressed in black armor, Shibi's eyes were wide open at this moment, as if she was shocked. The 6th young master had already given him a rough idea of what was going on in the morning. However, he hadn't mentioned whether they would directly kill the embroidered uniform guards or not. Bei Bei had thought that the 6th young master wanted to use this as a warning. He hadn't expected that the embroidered uniform guards would be killed just like that. Not only that, even though he knew that a large number of embroidered uniform guards had already appeared below, Beta Persei was still calm and unhurried, as if he were waiting for the enemy to arrive. What did this mean? He didn't believe that Beta Persei would be so magnanimous. That meant that the 6th young master had already planned for this. He was in the capital of the great Ming dynasty, yet he still didn't place the emperor in his eyes. Just this boldness alone was enough to make him unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Bei Bei's admiration for Yang Qindong rose to another level. After Chou Wu received the order, he nodded and left. Not long after, a group of embroidered uniform guards came to the 3rd floor. When they saw the 10 embroidered uniform guards beaten black and blue, as well as the dead Jean Buchuan and Tong Lai, their faces burned with rage. The leader of the group had a dark expression. You dare to kill embroidered uniform guards in broad daylight? Your guts are truly heaven-defying. Men! Arrest all of them! What kind of people were the embroidered uniform guards? They were the lackeys of the emperor. As long as they wanted to, they could charge into the homes of any subject without any evidence. As long as they wanted to, they could arrest the high and mighty court officials as criminals and punish them severely. For example, Wang Ji, the Minister of Appointments, who was known as the Heavenly Official, had also been imprisoned by the embroidered uniform guards, let alone others. Normally, anyone who dared to resist the embroidered uniform guards would be labeled as disgraceful. Killing a member of the embroidered uniform guards was even more disdainful, especially in such a public setting. How was this killing? This was clearly a provocation. The enraged leader of the embroidered uniform guards waved his hand and was about to give the order to arrest the culprits, but a voice soon followed. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I wonder which acquaintance is making a fuss in my immortal abode? How impressive! Impudent! When he heard that someone dared to question the general's orders, an unfathomable embroidered uniform guard shouted loudly. After which, he looked towards the private room in the private room. It was as if he would rush in at any moment as long as the order was given. Shut your mouth! The leader of the embroidered uniform guards shouted angrily. Of course, he wasn't rushing into the private room, but rather the subordinate who had just been shouting. With a shout, he stopped his subordinates from shouting. The leader then carefully looked in the direction of the private room and asked very cautiously, "Friend, your voice is a little familiar. Can you come out and meet me? Jiguang, do you think your status is worthy?" A voice came from the private room. It wasn't loud, but it was deafening. At least, that was how the leader of the embroidered uniform guards saw it. The person who had come was none other than the leader of the embroidered uniform guards, Jiguang. This was the person who had almost had his leg broken by Yang Chudong. Of course, that was a long time ago. Back then, he was still the leader of the embroidered uniform guards, a fourth-rank official. Now, he'd been promoted to a third-rank official. Even though he'd been promoted, he still didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when facing Yang Chudong. On the contrary, that voice was like a nightmare to him. If it had to be said, in addition to revering the current Emperor Zhu Qiyu, he was afraid of Yang Chudong in this world. Chapter 800. He was afraid. Because it was precisely this person who had almost taken his life. But after the incident, not only did he have to apologize, he also had to act as if he was completely willing to do so. How was this something an official of the embroidered uniform guard would do? From that moment on, he knew that there were always some people he couldn't afford to offend. Without a doubt, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage was one such person. At first, he felt that the voice in the private room sounded familiar. When he heard the other party call out his name, he knew that he wasn't hallucinating. The other party's identity had been confirmed beyond doubt. Since that was the case, how could he dare show the slightest bit of disrespect? He immediately did something that shocked the other embroidered uniform guards. "So it's the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. Jiguang pays his respects to you. Enough, there's no need for such formalities. Since you know that this Duke is here, go find someone who can keep his word. Otherwise, this Duke will return to the Yang clan manor in 2 hours. If there are any consequences, you all will have to bear them. You may leave." Not only did he refuse to see Jiguang, but he also wanted to meet someone with more authority. He even set a time limit for the other party. In this world, the only person who could treat the embroidered uniform guards in such a vile manner was probably Yang Chudong. Logically speaking, this was equivalent to humiliating someone. No matter how capable and powerful you were, you still had to show your face, right? Was it really good to be so arrogant? Good, it really was good. At the very least, Jiguang didn't find anything wrong with it. In fact, after knowing that the Duke of Loyalty and Courage was inside, he even extinguished any thoughts of meeting him. Since their statuses weren't equal, what was the point of meeting him? Was he trying to make things difficult for himself? "Duke, please wait for a moment. This humble one will report this matter to the higher-ups. I believe that someone with more authority will come very quickly." Jiguang was tactful. he clasped his hands and bowed. Then, without daring to look at the corpse on the ground, he turned around and left. Ji Guang came quickly, and left even faster. After leaving the immortal abode, he personally rode his horse towards the nearby imperial palace. As he galloped, he almost knocked over a commoner who couldn't dodge in time. However, he didn't slow down at all. Within the imperial palace, Jining was waiting for news from outside. After obtaining Talis City for free, the Daizong Emperor left happily. He became a hands-off shopkeeper and left everything to himself. As Jining received her orders, she also summoned the commander of the brocade guards, Lu Gui. Together, they guarded the palace and waited for news. They didn't have to wait for long before Ji Guang appeared. When he saw the two people in front of him, he knelt on one knee and said, "Eunuch Jin, Commander, things aren't looking good." With a sigh, Ji Guang recounted everything that had happened in the immortal abode. Time was of the essence, and he didn't know much about the situation. He didn't even know why the two sides were in conflict. He was just telling them what he saw objectively. Of course, he couldn't forget Yang Qindong's following request. He had to give an answer within 2 hours, or he would leave. Jin Buchuan had actually died, and in the immortal abode at that. Jining was stunned when she heard the news. She immediately stood up from her chair and said with fire in her eyes, "They've gone too far. They've gone too far." Jin Ying's reaction was within Ji Guang's expectations. No matter what, Jin Buchuan was still Jin Ying's adopted son. Even though he hadn't been favored as much recently, and had even been given the cold shoulder, his identity as her adopted son was not fake. Now, not only had he been killed, it had been done in front of everyone. Anyone in this situation would probably be furious. Jining was very angry, but neither Commander Lvgue, who was standing at the side, nor Ji Guang, who was half kneeling there, expressed any opinions on this matter. From this point alone, one could roughly conclude that they would not express any opinions on this matter. Perhaps they were treating this as a family matter, or perhaps they were afraid of the Duke of Loyalty's authority. The two of them didn't say anything. After cursing for a while, Jining slowly closed her mouth. It wasn't easy to put on a one-man show, and she didn't want to lose her composure in front of these people. She forced herself to remain calm and asked Ji Guang, "Tell me, what do you think about this matter? Since you're not going to say anything, I'll force you to. This is one of the privileges of a superior." Ji Guang, who was called out, felt a bit annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he lowered his head again and said, "This kind of important matter is not something a lowly official like me can comment on. That's right, Eunuch Jin, the Duke of Loyalty is still waiting for you in the immortal abode. He said that if he doesn't see anyone willing to talk to him within 2 hours, he'll go to the Yang Clan Manor." "What? He wants to go back after killing our embroidered uniform guards? He's dreaming." Commander Lu, immediately mobilize the embroidered uniform guards and surround the immortal abode. This isn't the South, nor is it the Plains. I want to see just what kind of ability this Duke of Loyalty has. Jining turned to Lu Gui angrily, asking for his support. The great Ming dynasty's political system was made up of 3 main factions: the imperial power, the scholarly faction, and the eunuch faction. The lowest rank eunuch faction had produced Wang Jin at its peak. After Jining finished speaking, he prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Ji Guang spoke up. "Eunuch Jin, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage only gave us 2 hours. Do you think we should send someone to deal with him first and delay him?" When he thought about the time limit, Jining couldn't help but feel angry. However, when he thought about how Yang Qindong had publicly announced it, and if he really didn't arrive on time, it was hard to say what would happen. He could only sigh and say, "Forget it. Let's have Commander Lv go first and delay him for a while." This wasn't a good task, and Lv didn't want to go. Just like how Ji Guang didn't want to face Yang Qindong, he had also suffered at his hands before. At the time, Yang Qindong had still been an official in the embroidered uniform guards, and was still his subordinate in name. Not to mention that Yang Qindong had already conquered such a large territory. However, this was Jin Ying's request, and he couldn't refuse. He could only pinch his nose and agree. With LV taking the lead, Ji Guang inwardly sighed in relief. Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. He didn't need to worry as much anymore. LV and Ji Guang left the Imperial Palace, but Commander LV still mobilized several hundred embroidered uniform guards to follow them to the immortal abode. This was clearly done out of a guilty conscience. He was worried that the Duke of Loyalty would try to kill him after seeing him. Since he'd already killed Jean Buchuan, he didn't seem to mind killing him as well. Reality proved that LV's worries were unnecessary. When he brought Ji Guang to the third floor of the immortal abode, Yang Qindong didn't even bother to meet him, and just left him there. Clearly, he was reminding him that his status wasn't high enough. LV didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. However, not having to face the Duke of Loyalty was still a good thing. When Ji Guang said that there would be other important figures coming, they finally received Yang Qindong's permission to stay for a while longer. The two of them relaxed and began to investigate the whole situation. LV arrived, and the 10 embroidered uniform guards who'd been beaten up finally regained their freedom. From their mouths, the two sirs were finally able to get a clear picture of what had happened. However, because they knew the reason, their expressions were bitter. Chapter 801. This Jean Buchuan really deserved to die. Not only did he just have to run right into Yang Qindong's gun, he even said that he wanted to exterminate his entire family. Just based on those words alone, killing them would have been pointless. Thinking about it, if things were that easy, wouldn't the Emperor have done it long ago? His Majesty hadn't even said anything, yet you said something like that. What was the meaning of that? Those who didn't know better would think that the Emperor had ordered this. Wouldn't the world fall into chaos then? LV and Ji Guang shook their heads. They knew that Jean Buchuan deserved to die. They didn't say anything else. They just waited for Jining to appear. At that moment, Jining was on his way from the Imperial Palace to the immortal abode. Sitting in the palanquin, he had a displeased expression on his face. When he thought about Zhu Qiu's reaction when he reported the matter to the Emperor, he felt even more unconfident. Jining reported everything to Zhu Qiu. Zhu Qiu's face was burning with anger. Just as Jining was wondering if the Emperor was going to be ruthless, who would have thought that the Emperor would suddenly change his mind? Since the Duke of Zhongdan wants to see an important person, then you should go. With your status, you should be able to speak with him. As for how you want to talk, you can make the decision. In any case, we can't lose the prestige of our Ming. Face is a must. He was waiting for Jining to take full control of the situation. Zhu Qiu had seen the danger in this matter and decided to stay out of it. If things went well, that was something he should do. After all, this matter had arisen because of his adopted son. If things didn't go well, then sorry, he would very likely be pushed out as a scapegoat. Jining firmly believed in this point. Not only were there many ministers who disliked his position, but there were also many people who were eyeing him in the same group of eunuchs. It could be said that one wrong step could lead to a bottomless abyss. Knowing that he still had to clean up his own mess, Jining walked out of the inner palace with a submissive expression. Then, he hurried in the direction of the immortal abode. Finally, just as Yang Qindong seemed to be getting impatient, he arrived. LV and Ji Guang, who were waiting for him on the other side, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly told him all the information they had just found out. Initially, Jining was prepared to enter the private room to meet Yang Qindong. However, when she heard the report from her two subordinates, she stopped. When she heard more and more information, her expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected that this normally quick-witted adopted son of his would be so stupid. His investigation of the Mongolian spies actually led him to the immortal abode, and coincidentally ended up in Yang Qindong's room. What was even more unexpected was that he actually said that he wanted to exterminate the 9 generations of the other party's family. Did he not know what kind of situation it was right now? Hu Zhongning had already been captured and thrown into the imperial prison. This was a crucial moment in the struggle. Any signal released by his every move would be infinitely amplified. If he did not do it well, it might even cause the earth to shake. However, even a smart person would remain silent at this moment. Ji Ning, on the other hand, had taken the initiative to come here and shout about killing. Those in the know would be able to tell that this was a coincidence, but those who didn't would think that all of this had been taught to them by their adopted father. It was no wonder that Yang Chendong had killed him on the spot. This was a matter of protecting one's dignity. If Yang Chendong had ignored all of this and instead backed down, then that would have been a sign of weakness. If that had happened, then he would have really been bullied. Ji Ning finally understood the whole story. She had a lot more plans in her mind. Just from Yang Chendong's behavior, it seemed like he had no intention of starting a fight. Even though he had killed someone, he had no other choice. With this kind of bottom line, Jin Ying's heart was greatly comforted. After obtaining so much useful information, Ji Ning didn't hate Jin Buchuan as much anymore. His death could at least be considered to have helped her, allowing her to get a better understanding of the other party's background. All right, I understand. The price of this kind of probing action is still too high. These words from Jin Ying's mouth were equivalent to defining the situation. In this way, even if Jin Buchuan didn't do anything, he couldn't be considered to have done anything wrong. This would also be beneficial to his relatives who were still alive. What kind of people were LV Gui and Ji Guang? They were people who were used to seeing battles and life and death. With just this one sentence, they had already heard too much useful information. At once, they agreed and said, "Yes, yes. Jin Buchuan used his death to test the waters. It can indeed be considered a worthy death." Seeing that her two subordinates understood her meaning, Ji Ning nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she took large strides and leaped over the bodies of Jin Buchuan and Tong Lai on the ground. She came to the side of the door and said, "Ji Ning has come on the Emperor's orders. Please come to see the Duke of Loyalty." Not long after, Yang Chendong's not very loud voice finally came from inside. "Come in." Following this sound, Ji Ning pushed open the door and entered. Then, the inner door closed. Everything was as if it had never been opened. At this moment, only Yang Chendong was left in the inner room. His two wives and personal maids had already entered the inner room to rest temporarily. The treatment of the sky room was similar to the treatment of the president in the future. Yang Chendong sat in front of a small table. There was only a chair in front of him. When he saw Ji Ning, who was no longer young, walk in, he only raised his eyelids and casually pointed at the chair opposite him. "You're here. Please take a seat." The king would not meet the king. This saying had been around for a long time. If they had to meet, it would have to be a time when life and death would be determined. Therefore, Yang Chendong could understand Zhu Qiyu. Jin Ying's appearance was something to be expected. Moreover, it seemed that only this person could make decisions on important matters. When faced with this problem, even some important ministers couldn't do it. "Thank you, Duke of Loyalty." As the favorite of the Emperor, Chief Steward Ji Ning was indeed very low-key. At the very least, he was not as arrogant as Wang Jin had been. Perhaps he also wanted to, but when he knew the identity of the person he was facing, it was best to dispel such thoughts. Ji Ning sat down and exchanged some pleasantries. Then, the two of them chatted like old friends. Although there was a smile on their faces, the words that came out of their mouths had nothing to do with friendship or courtesy. Ji Ning asked, "Why did you come back?" Yang Chendong replied, "The two madams here made me worry, so I had to take them away." "Is that all?" Ji Ning continued to ask. "What else do you think? Or if I had someone else do this, would you have agreed?" Ji Ning asked. "That's not very good, is it? All the important ministers have their families in the capital. You've already taken two madams, so leave these two behind." At this point, Yang Chendong slowly raised his head. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he said in an incomparably firm tone, "This should be my family's matter. Besides, how can those ordinary officials be compared to me? I just took down Talis City and was preparing to give it to His Majesty. Do they have this ability? Or are you saying that you don't want it anymore?" Yang Chendong proposed a condition. He wanted to take his two madams away, and in exchange, he would give Talis City as a gift of thanks. But these words caused Jin Ying's face to twist into a nasty grimace. News of Talis City had already been released, and even the emperor had issued a decree telling the officials and common people that Yang Chidong had taken down Talis City on his orders. That place was now Bai Ming's territory, and the entire country was celebrating. And if something unexpected were to happen, how would the emperor explain it to everyone? More importantly, everyone believed that this city belonged to Bai Ming. Now that it was under Yang Chindong's personal possession, what would outsiders think of this matter? Wouldn't this be the same as telling outsiders that the Duke of Loyal and Bold was rebelling? If that really was the case, they would have no choice but to fight. This was how important Talis City was. It had not been this important before, and all of this had just been facilitated. And this news had been released by Yang Chindong. From this, one could see that all of this had been planned long ago. And from this, one could see just how determined he was to take his madams away. It was impossible to change his mind. Jining quickly saw through all of this, but even so, he still wanted to test the waters. After all, once the madams were no longer in Bai Ming's capital, there would be nothing left to restrain Yang Chindong. This was extremely disadvantageous to them. Thus, he softly asked, "Then what if His Majesty doesn't agree?" "Ha ha ha ha." In return, Yang Chindong laughed coldly. However, it was this kind of laughter that made Jining feel increasingly uncomfortable in her heart every time it rang out. Fortunately, not long after, Yang Chindong said, "This is truly strange. I want to take my madams away, so this should be a family matter. Do you want to interfere?" "Of course, if you answer yes, then given my stubborn personality, I really do want to try." As he spoke, Yang Chindong raised his eyes to look at Jining. Then, his fingers suddenly fell on the wooden table between the two of them, and he began to tap rhythmically. Dang dang dang. The frequency of his tapping was very slow, but with each tap, Jin Ying's expression turned even more unsightly. At that moment, Yang Chindong seemed unfathomable in front of him. Every finger seemed to serve as a warning. It made Jining feel as if he had been born on the battlefield, as if he had been born in a battle between the Thousand-Blade Army and the Horse Army. This sort of repressed emotion was impossible to stop once it appeared, and Jin Ying's expression grew even more unsightly. As the mental pressure mounted, he finally couldn't help but say something to ease the atmosphere. "The Duke of Loyal and Bold is a pillar of the country. His Majesty is thinking about the safety of your family, isn't he?" Chapter 802. Jining could choose not to say these things. He could even stand up and leave. He believed that Yang Chindong would not stop him. After all, he was just a chief eunuch. Not only would killing him not have any effect, it would also force the emperor to act against him. But in the end, he did not choose to do so. This was because he knew that Bai Ming already had many enemies. In the south, there was Zhu Qizhen from the Ying sect, and in the north, there was the powerful Wala army. If he were to openly fight with loyalty, his opponent would definitely be happy to see it happen. And even if he defeated Yang Chindong in the end, so what? He would have to sacrifice 800 of his own men to kill 1,000 of his enemies. When that time came, would they be able to stop the unharmed Bai Ming and Wala? Of course, Jining did not know that if they were to fight, he would be the one to lose. Yang Chindong was known as the god of war. How could he not be prepared to do something that would anger the southern Ming Empire? Putting aside the fact that there was already a regiment led by Xiao Feng in the capital to provide support at any time, with their strong military quality and excellent weapons and equipment, they would be able to hold out for a period of time. If something were to happen here, a telegram would be sent to Tiger's Mane in the first city, and tens of thousands of elite cavalry would descend from Tulu City. They would first attack the Xian Mansion and then take Jiyong Pass. At that time, it would not be difficult for them to carry out a coup d'état. This was where Yang Chindong's confidence came from. So-called negotiations might require a certain amount of psychological tactics, but in the end, it still depended on who was stronger. If one did not have enough strength, even if one had a glib tongue, what could they do? They would only be able to delay for a period of time. Yang Chendong was gambling. He was gambling that Zhu Qiyu was a smart person and would not think of starting a war with him first. Just like himself, he didn't want to make an enemy out of Bai Ming. After all, with the first city, it meant that he had formed a certain amount of power in the Mongolian territory. Once he went to war with Bai Ming and faced an army of millions, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He might even be attacked by the grassland tribes and even the southern Ming Empire. If that happened, everything that he had done in the grassland for the past year might go up in smoke. As someone whose dream was to lead the Han people to the top of the world, one could imagine how precious time was. Furthermore, without sufficient military strength and manpower, even if Bai Ming were to surrender, he would not be able to replan this place. Since that was the case, it was better to put it aside for now. Rather than forcing himself to eat a piece of fatty meat that was much bigger than himself and causing indigestion, it was better not to eat it and continue to recuperate. Bai Ming's existence could also help him share some of the firepower from southern Ming and Walla. Both sides had the same idea. Neither of them wanted to start a war. This was the condition that the two of them could sit down and talk. Yang Chendong immediately mentioned that he wanted to take his wives away. This was to use his power to suppress others. This was also the basic point of negotiation. If they didn't even have this consensus, there was naturally no need for other people to negotiate. Fortunately, Jining had met Zhu Qiyu before coming and guessed what Yang Chendong would say and even what kind of request he would make. The two wives' departure was also within their expectations. In ancient times, the status of women was very low. Even if they left the two wives behind, could they guarantee that they would not join Bai Ming in a fight when Yang Chendong was powerful? In ancient times, when there were wars, not to mention concubines, even when one's own son was in the hands of the other party, both sides would suddenly start fighting. Was there a lack of such things? Just from this point alone, if Jiaoyin and Lady Xiang really thought that they could restrain Yang Chendong, that would be even more ridiculous. In the end, Jining was still so agitated even though she knew all this. In the end, she was just testing him. From the looks of it, the test had been very successful. Yang Chendong's determination to win gave Jining the idea that the other party still had a trump card. As for how the negotiations would proceed from here on out, Jining had even more plans in his mind. If the two wives insist on leaving with the Duke of Loyalty, then what about the Immortal Abode and Outer Heaven Trading Company? Our Bai Ming is vast and has abundant resources. We can make quite a bit of money here. Jining didn't continue to harp on the matter of the wives. Instead, his gaze fell on these profitable businesses. Ever since Yang Chendong left Bai Ming in the spring of last year and returned to Jianing Manor in the south to pay respects to his ancestors, he'd promised to give Zhu Qiyu 20% of the shares in these two businesses. This was something that couldn't be helped. If one wanted to establish a foothold in other people's territory, one couldn't obtain protection without paying a certain price. This was also why Bai Ming had turned a blind eye to Yang Chendong's strength even though they knew that Yang Chendong's strength was constantly growing. There were even quite a few pieces of information that proved that the so-called mercenary leader was a fake, and that Yang Chendong really was in charge of everything. This was precisely because of the benefits involved. The current Bai Ming could already be described as militaristic. For the sake of increasing their military strength, they were constantly training new soldiers and manufacturing new firearms. They even had an artillery battalion. The construction of all these things required money. In addition, the great Ming dynasty was originally rich in the south and poor in the north. Bai Ming's establishment had already taken away too much of the benefits. If one really wanted to rely on Bai Ming's tax revenue to accomplish these things, it would be no different from a fool's dream. However, Zhu Qiyu had still managed to do it, and he'd done quite well at that. Wasn't it precisely because of the income these two businesses brought to the imperial court? Not to mention the Immortal Abode, even if business was good, it was impossible for a restaurant to bring in that much income. However, just the Realm Beyond Heaven Trading Company alone brought in over 1 million taels of silver every month. 20% was 200,000 taels of silver. That was more than 3 million taels of silver in a year. This was definitely a number that couldn't be ignored. It was also the source of Zhu Qiu's confidence. The two wives could leave, but the businesses definitely couldn't be let go. Otherwise, if they really started to fight, it would be disastrous. Under Jin Ying's nervous expression, Yang Chendong lightly nodded and said, "The businesses won't be touched. Not only that, but I will also increase the flow of business here. If the mercenaries want to establish themselves in the grasslands, they will need more logistical supplies. After all, Nuer is still a bit too far from the capital. If possible, it would be better to transport goods through the capital. This way, Baiming's monthly income will be much higher." Transporting military supplies from Baiming to the front lines was a good way to quickly strengthen the mercenaries in the beginning city. Logically speaking, Zhu Qiu and the imperial court of Baiming didn't want to see them become stronger because of this. However, the problem now was that Baiming's military expenditure mainly came from Yang Chendong's business tax. Even if they knew everything, they couldn't refuse. This was an open and above-board scheme. This was like building a highway and wanting to collect tolls. Then, more cars would need to travel on this road. Even if they knew that they would receive more benefits by transporting goods on this road, not only could they not stop them, they even had to warmly welcome them. "Yes, I will ask the Emperor to make a decision on this matter." Although Jining knew that Zhu Qiu would definitely agree, she still said this prudently. "Don't worry, the Emperor will agree. I have already thought about it. In order to express the goodwill of the mercenaries, I will lend Baiming 520,000 taels of silver. You don't have to pay back a single cent for the first 5 years. Starting from the 6th year, you just have to pay it back in 5 years. Yang Chendong's face was full of confidence as he threw out another big bomb. It was said that money could make even the devil turn millstones. This move was the same even for the Emperor of Baiming. As expected, when these words were said, Jin Ying's entire body trembled and her eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes." Yang Chendong nodded happily. Then, he looked at Jining and said, "I have shown you my sincerity. I wonder what eunuch Jin will tell me?" This meant that they were going to discuss conditions, or even make a deal. Jining only hesitated for a moment before immediately replying, "Since Duke Shongdan is so generous, this eunuch will meet with the Emperor when I return. I will definitely give Duke Shongdan an explanation on some matters." Ha ha ha. The two of them seemed to laugh at the same time. They knew that no matter what would happen in the future, at the moment, they had already formed an alliance. Next, the two of them talked in the private room for more than 2 hours. It was only when the sky outside was about to turn dark that Jining stood up and said goodbye. Today's meeting had been to exchange opinions on the general direction of some matters. Next, there would be a professional to discuss this matter. Then, it would be recorded. At that time, it would become a kind of rule that would be enforced. The Imperial Palace. Jining had been gone for nearly 6 hours, and the sky was gradually darkening. The lanterns of the Imperial Palace had already been lit, but there was still no news. As the Emperor, Zhu Qiu paced back and forth in the main hall, an anxious look on his face. His so-called composure had already vanished. Just what is this eunuch Jin trying to do? He couldn't have done anything to Jining, right? Does he really dare to start a war with us in our capital? As countless thoughts ran through his mind, Zhu Qiu's complexion grew more and more unsightly. The eunuchs serving him all stood far away, afraid that someone would say the wrong thing and incur the Emperor's displeasure. Fortunately, there was finally some movement outside the hall. A eunuch hastily rushed into the hall and prostrated himself on the ground. Your Majesty, eunuch Jin has returned. Quickly bring him to see us." Upon hearing that Jining had returned, Zhu Qiu's expression relaxed. Although he didn't know why he had been gone for so long, there was one thing that he didn't need to worry about. There was no need for him to clash with Yang Chendong in the short term. In contrast to Zhu Qiu's worry and anxiety, Yang Chendong was natural and unrestrained, steadily walking out of the immortal abode. He then sat down in a large carriage that could defend against arrows and spears, and under the protection of the 1st Black Cavalry, he made his way to the Hu estate. Chapter 803. Since he was going to his father-in-law's residence, he obviously couldn't bring his other wives with him. Xiaoyin and Lady Xiang were both arranged to stay in the immortal abode. Every night, there would be a variety of performances, allowing the two women to enjoy themselves. As for himself, there were still many things he needed to do. Although there had been a murder case in the immortal abode, countless people had seen how courteous Jining was when she left with the embroidered uniform guards. When they learned that the immortal abode was fine even after killing the embroidered uniform guards, the customers who came here felt even more relieved, and the number of customers increased. Tonight, the immortal abode was bound to be incomparably lively. Similarly, the Hu estate was also bustling. Hu Zhangming had already been taken away for 7 or 8 days. Apart from knowing that he was locked up in the imperial prison and hadn't been tortured yet, he didn't know anything else. His own son had been taken away by the embroidered uniform guards and imprisoned. As the father, Hu Shao appeared calm and composed, but his heart was filled with anxiety. It had only been a few days, but the bustling Hu estate had suddenly calmed down. Not a single official came to pay their respects. This was the reality. Although it wasn't to the point where everyone would kick a man who was down, once the embroidered uniform guards came to an end, there would be many who would take the opportunity to deal with the Hu clan. Hu Shao had been an official for many years, and had seen all kinds of situations. He was still able to keep his composure. In contrast, his wife, Hu Wangshi, and daughter-in-law, Hu Yushi, who were also Hu Yan's mother and grandmother, couldn't keep their composure. They pestered him every day, asking him all sorts of questions, all about when Hu Zhangming would return. At first, Hu Shao would respond with a few words, but as time went on, he stopped talking altogether. Instead, he instructed the housekeeper to keep an eye on his 2 wives, telling them to stay in their rooms and not to leave unless absolutely necessary. Although it was quiet now, this was only temporary. As long as Hu Zhangming wasn't released, the matter wasn't over yet. He could become the substitute emperor's target at any time, or even be the one to be executed. Hu Shao had also thought of counterattacking, but when the embroidered uniform guards appeared and attacked only the Hu clan, everyone else showed an attitude of self-preservation. This made it difficult for him to find an ally. It would be difficult to rely on himself to accomplish anything. This matter also allowed Hu Shao to see more people's true colors. Although he had been in the government for decades, he had seen many such things. But when it was his turn, he still felt a chill in his heart. However, at that moment, he received news that the Duke of Loyalty had returned to Yang village. In the past, when Yang Qindong returned, Hu Ming would only worry that his grandson-in-law was in danger. But now, all he had was hope. After all, he had already returned and could not be chased away. Perhaps his appearance could save his son. In Hu Zhao's expectation, Yang Qindong made his move on the 2nd day after his return. One of the embroidered uniform guards had actually died in the immortal abode. The one who died was the adopted son of the head eunuch, Jining, a Baihu. Coincidentally, that Baihu was the one who had taken Hu Zhangming away from the Hu estate a few days ago. After everything that had happened, Hu Chang couldn't help but feel hopeful. He had a feeling that this time, Yang Qindong was building momentum for the Hu clan, and also looking for interest for the Hu clan. Didn't he have the ability to take away his father-in-law? Then, he would do something even more ruthless. He would kill him directly in front of so many people. This method was a little extreme, but it was undeniably effective. With this experience, if anyone wanted to harm the Hu clan in the future, they would have to consider Yang Qindong's reaction. They would also have to touch their own necks to see if they were still there. Reporting. When the lanterns were lit, and Hu Shao was about to eat dinner, the steward suddenly reported that the Duke of Loyalty had come to pay a visit. The Duke of Loyalty? A hint of surprise flashed across Hu Zhao's face. Although he knew that after Yang Qindong returned to the capital, as his grandson-in-law, he would have to pay a visit to the Hu estate, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. He waved his hand and said, "Please." There was no time to think too much. Hu Xiao got up and looked outside the door. Soon, Yang Qindong's tall figure appeared in his line of sight, and a group of black-armored soldiers appeared with him. Because of the iron armor covering their faces, no one could see their faces clearly, but the powerful murderous aura emanating from their bodies could be felt from far away. This was definitely a group of veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. Otherwise, they would never exude such a powerful murderous aura. When they could see Hu Xiao from afar, Yang Qindong had bade a Persei and the others stop. All of you wait here. This was the Hu estate, the residence of the first Madam, Hu Yan. Of course, he wouldn't let his subordinates scare the people here. After giving the order, he hurriedly took a few steps forward with a smile on his face and went straight to Hu Xiao, who was standing there. Ha ha, this old man welcomes the Duke of Loyalty. Seeing that Yang Qindong was so sensible and hurried over to him, Hu Xiao revealed a long-lost smile on his face. From this point alone, it could be seen that the other party's attitude towards him was still very respectful. At least, it didn't change because of the change in his status. Grandfather, you mustn't say that. It's really too much for Qindong. Since he had married Hu Yan, it meant that he had acknowledged everything about her. Now that he saw the first madam's grandfather, he naturally had to greet him as a junior. Haha, let's go inside and talk. When Hu Xiao heard how Yang Qindong addressed him, his face was filled with joy. He immediately stretched out his hand and pulled Yang Qindong's arm, laughing as they walked into the inner hall. Since Yang Qindong dared to appear in the Hu estate at this time, he must have known what had happened outside, and some of the troubles had even been resolved. This was Hu Zhao's confidence in Yang Qindong. If he hadn't done this, his grandson-in-law would never have rashly visited the Hu estate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a visit, but a shift in the blame. When all the servants had left, leaving only Yang Qindong and Hu Xiao in the inner hall, the old man asked, I heard that an embroidered uniform guard caused trouble in the immortal abode today, and they were even killed? Seeing Hu Zhao's questioning gaze, Yang Qindong nodded. There was indeed such a matter. In the end, eunuch Ji Ning also came. The facts also proved that it was all a misunderstanding. With a smile, Yang Qindong recounted everything that had happened that afternoon to Hu Xiao. Yang Qindong still respected Hu Xiao from the bottom of his heart. This wasn't just because he was Hu Yan's grandfather. It was also because he was one of the leaders of the landowning clans, and because he was a true master of literature. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or this one, Yang Qindong had always respected scholars. Wasn't the progress of society the result of these scholars' continuous efforts? In addition, Hu Xiao had been an official for so many years. He could be said to have lived in the same era as Yang Qindong's late father, Yang Rong. When it came to political wisdom, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Perhaps he might be able to reap some benefits if he reported this matter to him. Hu Bazhou listened quietly, his expression changing from time to time. When he heard that Yang Qindong wanted to lend 5 million taels of silver to the southern Ming dynasty, as well as that he would use this place as a transit point to transport military supplies to the mercenaries in the grasslands, he was first surprised, then slowly nodded. This move seemed like an act of borrowing, but it was actually a declaration of sovereignty. He wanted to tell the Ming dynasty that the mercenaries had already established themselves in the grasslands. Once the Ming dynasty agreed to this request, it would be equivalent to them acknowledging the mercenaries' actions in the grasslands. Although it wasn't completely legal, it was at least reasonable. Both sides didn't say it clearly, but once the matter was approved, the corresponding results would naturally come out. From this point alone, Yang Qindong's 5 million taels of silver was well spent. At the very least, it showed that Yang Qindong's awareness of the overall situation was very strong. How big is this mercenary army now? After listening to Yang Qindong's explanation, Hu Xiao thought about it again and finally asked this question. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the Ming dynasty, the emperor of the southern Ming dynasty, and the ministers were very concerned about this matter. It was just that the mercenaries' secrecy was too good, so outsiders had no way of knowing. However, there was a saying that everyone agreed on. The mercenaries must have a huge base on the sea. Otherwise, how could these endless mercenaries be explained? How could they explain the firearms and excellent weapons in their hands? After asking this question, Hu Shao stared at Yang Chenong. Facing such a gaze, Yang Chenong only chuckled and then answered. If this question was asked by someone else, I naturally wouldn't answer. But if grandfather asked this question, I will directly answer it. Your seat is stable. This old man's seat is stable. Hu Shao actually cooperated and said this sentence. Ha! Yang Chenong, who was laughing loudly, only said one sentence under Hu Zhao's serious expression. It's enough to destroy northern Ming. What? Even though Hu Shao was mentally prepared, after hearing this answer, his body couldn't help but tremble. He thought that the mercenaries should be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent troops to the grasslands after taking down the two small countries, Jiaoji and Lancang. But at that time, whether it was Jiaoji or Lancang, or even the two vast regions of the southern Ming dynasty, they were all considered barren lands. There really weren't any good resources there for people to fight over. For such an unimportant place, if they took it, they would fight. It didn't mean that they had to pay a huge price or have a lot of strength. But now that he heard Yang Chenong's answer, Hu Shao knew that he was too careful and thought that the mercenaries were too weak. They actually had the strength to destroy the northern Ming dynasty. Didn't that mean that they were so powerful that no one dared to imagine it? Chapter 804. The shocked Hu Shao did not think that Yang Chenong would joke about such a thing, especially in such a private setting. If he really was bragging, there was no benefit in doing so. Could it be that he, as a grandfather, would flatter him? Since he could not, the correct answer was to tell the truth. Hu Zhao's face was filled with shock. All of this was within Yang Chenong's expectations. With the strength of the mercenaries, if they only chose Ming as their enemy, it would not be arrogant to say that they could take them down. It was just that due to various reasons and the conditions were not ripe, he would not do so. However, he still said such a thing to tell Hu Shao one thing, which was the true strength of the mercenaries. With this kind of support, he would not have to be so careful in the future. Of course, Yang Chenong had another thought. He had been away for a long time and could not return to the palace to accompany his wife, Hu Yan. However, if he could move her family over, she would be very happy. Taking this opportunity, he said tentatively, "Grandfather, I won't hide it from you. The mercenaries have a base on the sea. It is very rich and the climate is pleasant. It is a good place to spend your old age. If grandfather agrees, I will immediately arrange for people to send your family there. In the future, you will not have to worry about any dangerous situations." As mentioned before, many people suspected that the mercenaries had a base on the sea. However, that was only a guess without any evidence. However, now that Yang Chenong had taken the initiative to admit it, and even invited him, Hu Shao was somewhat moved. This great Ming was not the same great Ming. Especially after the separation of the North and South, Hu Shao only felt that his days were not as good as before. The original strategy of ruling the world through literature was changing to ruling the country through military might. Whether it was Ming or Southern Ming, if they wanted to unify the country, they would inevitably have to fight a big battle. As such, the position of a civil official was not as important. At this time, if Hu Shao chose to leave, it would be the best time. At least he would not have to worry about the pain of war. It was just that this kind of feeling was nothing more than a passing thought in his mind so that it would disappear. Although Hu Shao was almost 70 years old, his body was still very strong. In his own words, he could still work for a few more years. Now that he had agreed to Yang Chenong's request, it was not impossible. However, if he went there, he would only have one identity, Hu Yan's grandfather. If that was the case, it would not be the path he was pursuing. What he wanted was for others to see him in a different light. What he needed was to lay a good foundation for the Hu clan. He was keenly aware of Yang Chenong's great ambition. This person was only in his early 20s, but he had already found such a great foundation. His future could only be described as limitless. Then, as the first madame's maternal family, they should not only eat their fill but also use this opportunity to do something. Perhaps in the future, the Hu family would have a bright future. All of a sudden, a path was laid out in front of him. Whether it was more vast or ordinary, everything depended on a single thought from him. Thus, Hu Shao quickly made a decision. He would work hard and fight for a better future for the Hu clan's descendants. After making a decision in his heart, Hu Shao looked at Yang Qindong and shook his head gently. Then, he asked with a smile, "Duke of Loyalty, you don't think this old man is old, right? Let me tell you, I will work for a few more years. There is no problem at all. Besides, this place will become your army's supply line in the future. You will need someone to help you keep an eye on this place." Hu Shao rejected his suggestion and made the decision to work for the mercenaries. This made Yang Qindong a little surprised. He sighed in his heart that smart people were indeed smart people who knew how to maximize their own interests at the same time. He nodded. "Then I will leave it to you, grandfather." Hu Zhao's attitude suddenly changed. Speaking of which, this was not a one-time thing. Ever since the Temu Rebellion, the great Ming dynasty was divided into North and South, and it became harder and harder to be an official. With the decline of the country and the rise of martial arts, Hu Shao, as the Minister of Rights, lost his former glory. Thinking about how glorious the great Ming dynasty was in the past, there were many vassal states. As the Minister of Rights, he had to do countless things every year. But now, other than Korea, who would not send people to Ming, no other country would put them in their eyes. Not only that, but the situation in the country was not good either. In the past, private schools were everywhere, and there were as many scholars as there were hairs on a cow. But now, the entire country was in an environment of military preparations. Scholars were not as popular as before, and there were not many things for him to worry about as the Minister of Rights. He only had to provide some services for the royal family during festivals. After being the Minister of Rights for so many years, this was something that Hu Shao had never experienced before. As such, he had long considered resigning. If not for the sake of his child, he didn't know where he should go after resigning. After all, the unrest in the world wasn't just limited to the northern Ming capital. The southern Ming capital wasn't faring well either. If he really did resign, he would probably go into seclusion. But now, he finally had a new goal, or perhaps a direction to strive for. That was to help this grandson-in-law of his build a better foundation for the future Hu clan. As if suddenly thinking of something, Hu Shao looked at Yang Qindong with bright eyes and asked, "When you spoke with Ji Ning, did you talk about your coronation?" "No." Yang Qindong shook his head. In the past, when he was working for the Southern Ming Empire, he had mentioned that he wanted the throne. However, it had been delayed, so he didn't mention it anymore. In any case, it didn't matter to him whether he had the title of prince or not. The mercenaries wouldn't disobey his commands because of this reason. Seeing that Yang Qindong did not seem to care, Hu Shao earnestly shook his head. No. A title is still very important. At the very least, in terms of righteousness, we cannot lose out." Understanding the meaning behind Hu Zhao's words, Yang Qindong thoughtfully thought for a moment before nodding. "Fine. Since that's the case, I'll bring it up again when I negotiate with them, but they probably won't agree." A king with a different surname was a taboo in the great Ming dynasty. Besides the founding of the dynasty, no other king with the surname Shu had been conferred. Of course, the Mu clan was an accident, but in the end, it was because they were too weak and their influence was limited to one area. So what if they were conferred a title? Yang Qindong was different. He was already very powerful, and if he was given a title, it would truly be difficult to control him. "It's fine. Whether or not we can agree is one thing, but whether or not we want to is another. At the very least, we have to make our request known. Once the time is right, we will have the foundation and confidence to succeed," Pu Chang said with a thoughtful look on his face. Since he had decided to support this grandson-in-law, he would naturally tell them everything he knew. "Okay, I understand." Yang Qindong also nodded very seriously. Hu Xiao was right. Whether the other party agreed or not, and whether he made a request or not were two different things. The only thing he needed to fight for now was to lay the foundation for him to obtain the throne openly in the future. While the grandfather and grandson were still chatting, the Hu estate's courtyard was already bustling with noise and excitement. Hu Jiangning had returned, and he had returned safe and sound. However, the Baihu behind him, Gao Xing, was still somewhat weak. Compared to Hu Jiangning's status, Gao Xing's Baihu was nothing. He had suffered a lot in the imperial prison, but he was still a man. He did not speak a word about the Hu clan, which allowed him to return with Hu Jiangning. When his mother, Hu Wanshi, and his wife, Hu Yushi, received the news, they were naturally filled with joy. Hu Xiao was much more reserved. Yang Qindong had just said that he had mentioned Hu Jiangning's matter during the negotiation with Ji Ning. The other party had also agreed to release him quickly. Now, it seemed that their actions were quite nimble. Thinking about it, if they wanted to win Yang Qindong's financial support, if they were slow, it would only cause trouble for both sides. Hu Jiangning's return made the Hu clan very lively. At this time, Yang Qindong left the Hu estate and entered the large sedan. However, few people knew that as soon as he entered, Yang Qindong had already left the sedan on a deserted street. Under the cover of the night, he reported to Yang San, who was waiting at the corner of the street, and rushed straight to a heavily guarded military camp in the west of the city. Yang Qindong had gone in the middle of the night, and he had even concealed himself. Naturally, he was up to something big. In truth, the place he was heading to was an extremely secret place, the Great Ming's artillery camp. During the defense of the capital, Yang Qindong had used his authority at the time to befriend a few Ming generals. One of them was Yang Guang, the Great Ming general in charge of the artillery camp. After witnessing the power of the mercenaries' cannons, the Ming imperial court had invested a great deal of manpower and resources into researching firearms. After 2 years of hard work, they had finally succeeded in developing a new type of cannon. As the general directly in charge of the artillery camp, Yang Guan had naturally informed Yang Qindong of this news through a spy in the security bureau. This was also one of the main reasons he had returned to the capital of Ming. Coming in the middle of the night, and in the middle of the day, when he had just killed the embroidered uniform guard and caused a storm in the city, no one had expected him to go through so much trouble. What Yang Qindong wanted to do was to attack everywhere with this thought in mind. Others would think that he would not obediently return to the Yang clan manor and wait for news from the emperor, but he would not. Doing the opposite was the safest way. At the corner of the street, Yang San had already prepared a Ming soldier's uniform that suited Yang Qindong's figure. Then, Yang San accompanied Yang Qindong to the artillery camp. Chapter 805. Yang Guang, who had received the news early in the morning, was waiting outside the camp. When he saw Yang Qindong, he nodded without any change in his expression. Then, without even looking at Yang Qindong, he turned around and walked into the camp. Artillery General Yang Guang wanted to go back to the camp to check, so he only brought 2 bodyguards with him. Naturally, no one would be blind enough to come and check. Moreover, Yang Guang was very careful. When he knew that Yang Qindong was coming, he had already replaced the guards here with his own people. Naturally, no one would come to check. After entering the artillery camp, Yang Guang turned around and knelt in front of Yang Qindong. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yang Guang greets the 6th young master. Get up." Yang Qindong reached out and helped him up. Then, he looked at Yang Guang seriously and smiled. "Not bad, your body is stronger than before." "Very good. It's all thanks to the 6th young master." Yang Guang cupped his hands and said sincerely. This was not a perfunctory remark, nor was it a polite remark. Ever since he became the general of the artillery camp, he had received too much care from Yang Qindong. Not to mention the silver that the security bureau gave him every month, which was enough for him to live a better life, just with the care of the Minister of Justice, Su Yozhen, his position in the army soared. He no longer had to be careful in everything he did and look at other people's faces like before. It could be said that without Yang Chendong's care, he would not be where he was today. Since ancient times, there was a saying that if you take someone's money, you have to do things for them. At this moment, Yang Guang completely regarded himself as Yang Chendong's subordinate. Okay, we don't have to be so polite before. Bring me to see the cannons. Yang Chendong's time was tight. It was impossible for him to not show up for a long time. He was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. Yang Guang also knew that the Duke of Loyalty was busy with important matters and his time was precious. He nodded and led the way while pointing to the front and said, "There are a few new cannons there that haven't been stored yet. Duke of Loyalty can take a look." In fact, these cannons were supposed to be sent to the warehouse. If Yang Chendong hadn't told his superiors that he wanted to check them carefully for fear of any accidents, he wouldn't have been able to see these things. It was placed in a huge warehouse. Several pitch-black cannons were lying there quietly under red cloth. In the past, the great Ming dynasty had a cannon called the copper fire cannon. It was like a large gun barrel, and it was very difficult to move it. Moreover, not only was its power not great, but its shooting range was also very limited. It would only be effective if it was shot at a fixed target in advance. As for using it in battle, it was almost worthless. In view of the various shortcomings in the past, Zhu Qiyu, the emperor of the northern Ming dynasty, had put in a lot of effort this time. First, he gathered many blacksmiths. Among them, there was no lack of blacksmiths who were experienced in forging firearms. Everyone gathered together to brainstorm and improve the cannon according to the mercenaries' cannon. This resulted in the current improved version, which could also be called the enhanced version of the advanced cannon. When the red cloth was lifted by Yang Guang, the biggest change to Yang Chendong was that the cannon had 2 more wheels. Although it still looked very heavy, at least it could be moved, increasing its flexibility to a certain extent. Duke of Loyalty, this cannon is called the Red Coat Cannon by Emperor Daizong. Its bowl diameter is 230 mm, its barrel diameter is 80 mm, its length is 150 centimeters, and it weighs about 50 kilograms. Compared to the previous copper fire cannon, which had a bowl diameter of 110 mm, a barrel diameter of 58 mm, a length of 36.5 centimeters, and a weight of 15.75 kilograms, it is more powerful and its shooting range is more than twice as long. After listening to Yang Guang's introduction, Yang Chendong looked at the cannons. There was an opening at the front of the barrel that was larger than the barrel. The back of the barrel was a powder chamber, and there was an ignition hole for the fuse. Yang Chendong nodded. It looks much more impressive than the previous cannons. However, I wonder how far it can shoot and how lethal it is. Duke of Loyalty, we have tested this several times. The conclusion is that once the cannon is fired, its attack range can reach up to 450 meters, and its killing range can reach up to 3 meters. Attack range is still a shortcoming. Yang Chendong shook his head when he heard that the cannon could only hit less than 300 meters away. If someone else had said this, Yang Chendong would have retorted, saying that the other party was sour grapes. However, when the same words came out of Yang Chendong's mouth, it was completely different. Yang Guang had once followed Yang Chendong and was fortunate enough to see the mercenaries' cannon. He understood what Yang Chendong meant. That's right, Duke of Loyalty. However, to be able to hit a target at a distance of 450 meters is already very difficult. To be honest, Ming doesn't have much money. Even the 500 cannons used up their entire treasury. About an hour later, Yang Chendong and Yang San followed Yang Guang out of the artillery battalion with their disguises as bodyguards. This trip had given Yang Chendong a deeper understanding of the Ming army's capabilities. To be honest, he was still somewhat shocked. It was also because of his appearance that the development of Ming's cannons had improved significantly. According to Yang Guang, other than the fact that the attack range wasn't satisfactory, the effectiveness of the cannons were many times better than before. If these cannons were used on the battlefield, the mercenaries would suffer greatly if they didn't know about it beforehand. After bidding farewell to Yang Guang, the two of them made their way to the Su clan in the capital. Since they were already out, Yang Qindong naturally had to do what he had to do. The carriage representing him should have already picked up the two madams and left the immortal abode for the Yang clan manor. That was tantamount to attracting everyone's attention. At this time, Yang Qindong's actions would remain a secret. "Young master, how about I bring a few more people with me? There's no need to alarm others. Our Bureau of Security has a team in Ming. Although they aren't as strong as the guards, they're still quite skilled." When Yang San learned that Yang Qindong was going to visit Minister of Justice Su Yozhen's residence, and that it was a secret visit, he couldn't help but worry for his safety. "It's fine." Yang Qindong smiled and refused his kind intentions. Since they were going in secret, the fewer people who knew about it the better. As for whether or not there would be any danger with just the two of them in the Su clan manor, haha, even if Su Yozhen was given a few more guts, he still wouldn't have the guts. In the Su clan manor, it was already late at night, but as the master of the manor, Su Yozhen had no intention of going to sleep. Even though his new concubine had already sent people to urge him several times, he still remained indifferent. Through his own channels, Su Yozhen had already learned about what had happened in the immortal abode today. This was the main reason why he couldn't sleep peacefully. Speaking of which, Su Yozhen could be considered one of the first officials to pledge allegiance to Yang Qindong, and he'd also benefited the most. He'd been promoted from a mere 6th-rank official to the Minister of Justice, a 2nd-rank official. After Dai Zong removed the cabinet, the position of Minister of Justice was equivalent to that of a cabinet elder, and he was one of the highest-ranking officials. Logically speaking, after reaching his current position, there shouldn't be anything to be dissatisfied with. However, in reality, Su Yozhen's heart had always been in his throat. It had been a long time since he'd had a good night's sleep. The reason for all this was because Yang Qindong was too powerful. It had to be said that Su Yozhen's thirst for power and wealth was extremely great. In fact, he'd even resorted to some shady and unscrupulous methods to get to the top. However, all of this was for the sake of a better life. He never even considered rebelling. For example, when he'd first chosen to follow Yang Qindong, it was because he saw how generous this young master was and wanted to take advantage of him. He never imagined that not only was Yang Qindong generous, but his methods of handling matters, especially when it came to war, were so formidable that he'd become a threat to the existence of the great Ming dynasty. Su Yozhen had never thought that things would turn out this way. He just wanted to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. After all, if he wanted to be an official in the imperial court, he must learn to unite with others and stand in a group to attack another group. In layman's terms, it was a struggle between parties for authority. However, the big tree he was relying on was too powerful. It directly skipped this step and went straight to a new force. If it wasn't restrained, it wasn't impossible for it to become a new country one day. As a result, it was too dangerous for Su Yozhen to stand under this big tree. If he didn't want to be an official, he could resign and return to his hometown. However, if he relied on other forces and was found out, he'd definitely lose his head. Not only him, but even his family wouldn't be able to get any benefits. At that time, it was entirely possible for his entire family to be executed. With such a serious consequence pressing down on his head, he was afraid that no one would be able to sleep peacefully. Fortunately, Yang Qindong didn't appear in front of him often. As the saying goes, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't worry. When he didn't think about things, his mood would be better. However, now that Yang Qindong had returned to the capital of Ming, wouldn't their relationship be discovered at any time? For the sake of the overall situation, the Daizong Emperor wouldn't do anything to Yang Qindong, but that didn't mean that he couldn't deal with him. Duke of Loyalty, how could you be so bold? You even killed the embroidered uniform guards and caused such a big commotion. Aren't you forcing the Daizong Emperor to fall out with you? Imperial power can't be blasphemed. If that's the case, both sides will really fight. What should we do? Su Yozhen muttered to himself with an ashen expression. He didn't know the true strength of the mercenaries. Only habit told him that the great Ming dynasty was the great Ming dynasty. Not everyone could succeed in a rebellion. Over the years, hadn't countless facts already proven this point? Chapter 806. Once he thought about how Yang Chendong would be destroyed by Ming, he would not be able to gain any benefits, and would not be far from the destruction of his family. Su Yuzhen sighed in his heart. He even considered whether he should take the initiative to confess to the emperor and tell the truth about his relationship with Yang Chendong. However, this was just a thought. When he thought about the serious consequences of doing so, he shook his head and gave up. He understood Zhu Qiyu. It was true that he wanted to do things, but he was not very broad-minded. Once he found out about his relationship with Yang Chendong, he would not even have the chance to explain before being beheaded. Thinking of the possible consequences, Su Yuzhen couldn't eat or sleep. Just as he was feeling dejected and did not know what to do, light footsteps suddenly came from outside the inner courtyard. Su Yuzhen was the dignified Minister of Justice, and was in charge of Ming's law enforcement. His status was extremely noble, and he was the most important person in his residence. If he did not summon him, no one would be able to approach his small courtyard without permission. When he heard the sound, he could not help but raise his head to look. Then, he asked with a cold expression, "Who is it? Without my order, who allowed you to come here?" He was angry and had no place to vent it. It was as if he had suddenly found a good place to vent his anger. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. To be able to become the Minister of Justice, his temperament had long changed. It was not a joke to show his power without anger. If it was someone timid, they would have trembled from head to toe upon hearing this voice. However, this time, the person walking over acted as if he did not hear him. His footsteps were unusually steady, as if he had returned to his own home. There was actually someone in the residence who did not know when to stop. Su Yuzhen's expression became even uglier. He even thought about whether or not he should call the head butler over and teach him a lesson. However, when the figure came closer and he could see clearly, the reprimanding words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped. Perhaps it was because the anger he was holding was too unbearable, but it made him feel as if his face was flushed red. Duke of loyalty and courage, how could it be you? Why can't it be me? Your place is a tiger's den. Can't anyone come in? Looking at Su Yuzhen's surprised expression, Yang Chendong's expression was still very calm. Then, he ignored Su Yuzhen's surprise and walked into the house. He found a chair and sat down. Because Su Yuzhen had something on her mind, she walked out of her room to get some fresh air. Now that she saw Yang Chendong return to his room, she felt cold all over. Thinking that it was winter now, she quickly trotted over. He didn't know that his current performance was no different from that of a lackey. Yang Chendong acted as if he had returned to his own home. He found a chair near the stove and sat down. Then, he saw Su Yuzhen trotting over. Perhaps it was because his living conditions had improved. Compared to the last time they met, he had gained at least 5 kilograms. He was not thin to begin with, but now he looked even more plump. "Minister Su, look at your figure. You eat and drink well. Ha 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 ha, it's all thanks to Duke of Loyalty and Courage." In this short period of time, Su Yuzhen had stabilized her mind. When she spoke, she was much more energetic. "Good, it's good that you know." Yang Chendong nodded and then smiled as if he was joking. "I have been worried that Minister Su would be worried because you are too close to me in private. Now, it seems that there is no need to enlighten you." It seemed to be a joke, but Su Yuzhen was not stupid enough to take it as a joke. His thoughts were seen through. An awkward expression flashed across his face. Then he flattered, "Duke of Loyalty and Courage, you are really extraordinary. I heard that you killed the brocade guards. It was really good, really good. Jean Buchuan actually dared to have thoughts of harming the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. That Tong Lai actually dared to make a move against Hu Jin. There was more than one smart person. Obviously, Su Yozhen also saw that Yang Qindong killed people today not only to establish his prestige, but also to settle old and new debts. Just based on this point, this person was worthy of being a minister. He really had some skills. Yang Qindong naturally did not have the intention to hide it from the other party. In fact, after knowing that Hu Kun was under Jin Buchuan's orders, the Security Bureau told Su Yozhen the news and asked him to cooperate to get some information about Jin Buchuan. He could be considered an insider. It was not surprising that he could say such words. Yang Qindong also nodded. Come, have a seat. Tell me about your views on the current situation. Yang Qindong was never arrogant and did not think that the decisions he made were necessarily correct. What he needed to do was to listen to more people's opinions and then choose the most suitable path for himself. This time, other than coming to Su Yozhen to remind him, he also wanted to listen to the views of this bystander on the current situation and use it as a reference. The Security Bureau had already reported that Su Yozhen's recent performance was not very good. There were many things that he did not take the initiative to report to them, giving them the feeling of being thousands of miles away from them. When Yang Qindong reported the matter to him, Yang Qindong had already guessed Su Yozhen's thoughts. After all, scholars were scholars, and their courage was still a bit too small. They dared to do things like fighting for power and profit, but when it involved rebellion and the lives of their entire family, they still retreated in the end. It was just that after receiving so many benefits and taking so much money from him, he wanted to withdraw now. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? He was mainly here to remind the other party that there were some things that could not be turned back, such as political choices. Before getting down to business, Yang Qindong did not mind listening to his views on the current situation, so he sat down with a calm and composed look. Su Yozhen was a smart person, even very smart. Yang Qindong suddenly came to visit at night, and he did not even greet him. Why was that? Wasn't it a sign that he did not believe him? Thinking that the other party was able to quietly appear here, presumably, the servants in the residence must not have noticed. While he cursed them in his heart, he also became extremely careful. This was a person who could even kill the embroidered uniform guards if he wanted to, and he did it openly. If he angered the other party, it would not be too much trouble for him to kill him. While he was frightened, Su Yozhen knew that he had to perform better to obtain Yang Qindong's attention and trust. At that moment, he was silent for a while, then he began to speak quietly. The current emperor is a very thoughtful and ambitious person. As a descendant of the Zhou family, he wants to repeat the glory of his father's generation. Unifying the great Ming dynasty is one of the things that he wants to do, and then he wants to eliminate the external enemies and sweep the world. In order to achieve this goal, the Ming army imitated the mercenaries and greatly improved their weapons and equipment. Now, advanced firearms and even advanced cannons have been created. The 500,000 recruits have been trained, and the 500,000 newly recruited soldiers are also in the midst of training. If this continues, it will not be long before the conditions for war are met. At that time, not only the southern Ming dynasty and Walla, but even the mercenaries will be enemies in their eyes. As he spoke, he paid attention to the changes in Yang Qindong's expression. This was the reason why Su Yozhen wanted to retreat and get off the boat. Didn't the mercenaries rely on their advanced firearms to win against the Walla? Now that the Ming army has a large number of firearms, and they have more people than the mercenaries, their advantage is obvious. If the two sides were to meet, who would win and who would lose would be a big question mark. If that was the case, where would Su Yozhen go? Yang Qindong naturally understood the situation. He was originally a little worried, but after going to the artillery battalion, his worries completely disappeared. Even if the cannons could only hit a distance of 500 meters, what did he have to fear even if they were stronger? Not to mention other things, with his large warehouse, he could completely destroy the artillery battalion in an instant. However, he would not say these words to Su Yozhen. Although this person had joined him long ago, it was only because of the situation. In his heart, this person was still biased towards the Ming dynasty. In his eyes, only the Zhou family was orthodox. Even if he was only a prince with the surname Zhu, perhaps he would still follow him. On the contrary, in the eyes of others, a power with a different surname would not have a good ending sooner or later. Su Yozhen was not the only one who thought this way. In fact, there were many people who thought this way. They all saw the Zhu family's descendants as orthodox. This was also another reason why Yang Chendong did not choose to start with the Ming dynasty. He did not want to spend a lot of effort to manage them after occupying a piece of land, or even prevent them from rebelling. On the contrary, small countries like Jiaoji and Lancang did not have a deep foundation. If they fell, then so be it. They would be able to be used very quickly. Speaking of which, Su Yozhen's words also indirectly expressed his attitude. That was, the Baiming army had become stronger. This meant that sooner or later, the mercenaries would have to fight with them. Moreover, many people did not think highly of the mercenaries. This was the current situation in Baiming. Su Yozhen was still sitting there talking. He talked about the changes in the army, the changes in the imperial court, and especially the changes in the Ministry of War. Recently, the generals had been making adjustments. It was unknown how many young men who had no background but were capable were promoted to the front lines. All of this proved that Xu Qiyu valued the military very much and that he was determined to fight. As expected of someone who had been a cabinet minister in the future, and as expected of one of the most powerful ministers in history. Su Yozhen's analysis of the situation was clear and logical. The information that came out of his mouth was much richer and more vivid than the information obtained from the Security Bureau. Chapter 807. Su Yozhen spoke for quite a while. After drinking 2 cups of tea, she ended her speech with one sentence. I even have a suspicion that the southern Ming and northern Ming might even cooperate for the sake of the Zhu clan's empire. If they really do come to an agreement and work together to deal with foreign powers, then no power in the world would be a match for them. When he said this, Su Yozhen's attitude was firm, as if what he said was the truth. However, he didn't know that the world he was talking about and the world Yang Chendong was talking about were worlds apart. Putting everything else aside, what he saw was only the great Ming Empire. It also included the surrounding small countries, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, and other places. He couldn't imagine how big the world was outside of Asia, how many countries there were, and how strong or weak they were. But Yang Chendong knew, and his goal was grand. He didn't just want to conquer the great Ming dynasty, nor did he want to repeat the glory of the Mongols. He also wanted to achieve an even higher goal, and that was to unify the whole world, and let all the Han people stand at the peak of the world. If he had to describe it in one sentence, it would be that as long as he could see the world, it would become the territory of the Han people, and it would be under the rule of the Han people. This was a great dream that no one in the past or in the future would be able to achieve. Even if Yang Chendong came from the future and had advanced technology, it would still be very difficult to achieve this goal. After all, this didn't only involve military affairs, but also religion, faith, culture, geography, and so on. However, Yang Chendong still did it without hesitation. With his current strength, he could be a rich man, or even a carefree prince. He could occupy his own land, establish his own country, and unify his own territory, ensuring that he could live a good life. However, he didn't make such a choice. He thought about how the world treated the Han people in the future, and how the Han people couldn't obtain true fairness in many things. Since he came here, he had to think of a way to change everything. Perhaps thousands of years later, he wouldn't be here anymore, and his descendants wouldn't be able to live up to expectations. In the end, the world would change again. However, he wouldn't refuse to do what he should do, and he wouldn't stop doing it because of the law of development. There were always people who had to do things. If the Han people wanted to achieve these goals, who knew how many people they would have to kill in the end, and how many countries would have to be destroyed. But so what? Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? If there was any punishment from the heavens, then it would be directed at him. As long as the Han people could live a better life and have a higher status, it would be worth it for him to sacrifice himself to help all the Han people. After Su Yozhen finished speaking, he talked about how powerful Bai Ming's military was now. Subconsciously, he was also advising Yang Chendong to stop. He even revealed his own thoughts in his words. If Yang Chendong was willing to stop his expansion and hand over all the mercenaries to the court, he would be willing to protect him and let him live a carefree life as a prince with a different surname. Chuckling, Yang Chendong looked at Su Yozhen with a cold gaze. As the saying goes, a person in Jianghu is like a boat going against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. The situation was already like this, so how could he possibly retreat? Even if he handed over his military power and obtained the identity of a prince, who could guarantee that once the great Ming dynasty gained the upper hand, there wouldn't be a day when they would kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness? Would there be a day when they would casually find a reason to kill him? Yang Chendong didn't like the idea of putting his life in the hands of others. As the saying goes, one's life is up to oneself and not the heavens. Since he already had this ability, why should he put his hopes on others? Chuckling, Yang Chendong looked coldly at Su Yozhen. Minister Su, I already know what you said. I also appreciate your good intentions, but you are not me, so you can't make decisions for me. Similarly, I am not you, so I can't make decisions for you. But I can still give you a suggestion. Oh? Loyal Duke, please say it clearly? Su Yozhen looked like he was all ears. Actually, it's not much of a suggestion. It's just the truth. After I leave, you can go into the palace to see Daizong. Tell him everything about your relationship with him, including how much you've received and what you've done for him. You can tell him everything. You can even tell him that Bai Ming won't allow other forces to exist. Loyal Duke also won't allow other forces, including Bai Ming, to exist. The best way to solve this problem is to take advantage of the fact that my army is outside and people are in Yangjia village to immediately attack me. This is the best way to solve this problem once and for all. There was a smile on his face, but every time he said a sentence, Su Yozhen's body couldn't help but tremble. How was this a suggestion? It was clearly a threat. Su Yozhen had done a lot of research on Daizong. If you really had a problem with government affairs, he could forgive you. If you were just greedy and had a good performance, he would only remind you. He wouldn't really do anything to you. After all, the great Ming dynasty didn't kill imperial censors and didn't punish scholars. The ancestral law still had some effect. However, if you dared to live off one person and betray another, then it was absolutely intolerable. The previous Minister of Justice, Yu Shiwei, was someone that Daizong had personally favored and promoted. In terms of closeness, he was much stronger than him. But in the end, what happened? Was it because Yu Shiwei was found to have private contact with Southern Minging Zone and was immediately executed? Yu Shiwei said that Kill had been killed, so why should Su Yozhen be fine? Did he really think that everything would be fine if he took the initiative to admit his mistake? Too naive. Su Yozhen, who was already covered in cold sweat, was no longer as confident as when he analyzed the situation of the world. He continuously wiped the sweat with his sleeve and looked at Yang Chendong. He forced a smile and said, "Loyal Duke, I'm joking." "Humph. This is indeed a joke. I also hope that you won't give me the chance. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll be fine, but you will be the first to die. If that day comes, even if Daizong wants a good reputation and let your family go, I won't let them go. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Being merciful to one's opponent is being cruel to oneself. I will definitely not do such a stupid thing like letting a tiger return to the mountain. That's all I have to say. You should think carefully about what to do in the future and what to do." After saying this, Yang Chendong stood up. He didn't look at Su Yozhen and didn't listen to any of his explanations. He turned around and walked out of the room. At this moment, he needed to give Su Yozhen time to think carefully. In a hurry, even if the other party made a choice, it might not be sincere. Yang Chendong had already left. Su Yozhen felt his body go soft and leaned against the chair and collapsed into a ball. No matter how regretful he was now, and no matter how much he didn't think highly of Yang Chindong, he had no choice now. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had already boarded Yang Chindong's ship. Now, even if he wanted to get off, he had to. He seemed to have no other choice. It had been 7 or 8 days since Yang Chindong returned to the capital of Ming. Seeing that the new year was coming in 3 days, the atmosphere of the entire Yang family manor became lively. Ever since he entered the capital on the 2nd day, Yang Chindong had been holed up in the manor and hadn't gone out. Firstly, he didn't want to add any pressure to the guards around him. Secondly, he didn't want to excessively provoke the Ming court. Jining had already sent someone to pass on the message. Daizong had agreed to most of the requests that they had discussed, but there were some specific details that still needed to be discussed. From today onwards, Jining would personally come to the Yang family manor to talk and make the final decision on some matters. Beta Persei, I'll leave this matter to you. In the morning, Yang Chindong practiced martial arts and ran 5 kilometers with the guards. When he returned to the courtyard, he said this to Beta Persei. Me? Beta Persei pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes. It's you. I think it's good that you're dealing with Jining. Of course, I'll arrange 3 assistants for you. Yang San, Wang Si, and Sherbei will follow you. You just need to be in the formation and watch the 3 of them perform. When the discussion is over, you'll be in charge of the final decision. Yang Chindong said this very solemnly. He didn't seem to be joking at all. Yang Chindong didn't have a good impression of eunuchs. He was even more repulsed by this kind of debating with them. If it weren't for the fact that the time was far from ripe, he probably wouldn't have even bothered to talk and would have directly mobilized his troops to fight. Since he couldn't fight, he would leave the negotiation to his subordinates. There was also an advantage to leaving it to Beta Persei. If something fell through, he could step in at the end to remedy the situation. After Yang Chindong said this, Beta Persei knew that the matter had been decided and couldn't be changed. He nodded and said, All right, Beta Persei will obey the young master's orders. Haha, very good. He reached out and patted Beta Persei's shoulder. All right, you go and discuss with Yang San and the others. I'll go to the academy to take a look at the young master. Yang Chindong didn't bring any guards. This was a sign of his confidence in the safety of the Yang clan. He strode to the outside of the academy. Along the way, many people would salute him from afar when they saw him, expressing the most sincere respect in their hearts. Chapter 808. In the past few days, Yang Chindong came to the academy most often, except for the bed of the 2 madams in the inner courtyard of the manor. In line with the political policy of putting people first and needing talents for development, he even gave a few lectures to the students of the academy. The contents of the lectures were not from the textbooks, but they were very practical and involved some profound issues such as local management and human rights, which attracted the reflection and discussion of the students of the academy. According to the second dean Wang Si, the discussion was very enthusiastic, and the results were obviously good. The new year was coming soon, and the negotiations were about to begin. Everything was developing in an orderly manner as expected. Yang Chindong was in a good mood, humming some tunes of the later generations as he came to the gate of the academy. Coincidentally, he bumped into Junko, who was dressed in Han Chinese clothing, but it still set off her slim figure. Junko was at the age of 18 or 19, which was the most beautiful time of her life. Suddenly, she saw Yang Chindong here, and the other party was alone. This scene and this sudden encounter made her stunned in place, and then quickly lowered her head. Yang Chindong was also a little surprised by this unexpected encounter. But since they met, it was not good to not say anything, so Yang Chindong tried to pretend to be normal and said, "It's Junko, how are you? How are your studies here? You should be used to life here." 2 years ago, the 2 of them were still in contact with each other. At that time, the relationship between the 2 of them was much warmer than it was now. There was even a time when the 2 of them almost had a spark of love. But with the passage of time, her feelings for Yang Chindong slowly decreased. At this moment, Junko didn't know how to face young Chandong. She didn't even know what to say to him. Seeing Junko standing there for a long time without speaking, Yang Chandong's expression was slightly embarrassed, and then he said, "Oh, you still have things to do, then you can do it." After saying this, Yang Chandong was about to walk past Junko. But just as he took a step, Junko, who was lowering her head, suddenly said, "What? You don't want to see me? You're not even willing to spend some time alone with me?" Yang Chandong looked aggrieved. "I was talking to you, and I even acted like I cared about you, but you didn't answer me at all." Of course, such words could only be suppressed in his heart. Yang Chandong wasn't that stupid to reason with a woman. He chuckled, looking very calm. "How could that be? After all, we're old friends." "Oh, right, do you have any plans for the future?" "After the new year, I will take the people in the manor and leave for the grasslands. If you are willing, you can come with me." "Of course, if you miss your royal father, I will arrange for someone to send you to your own country after we reach the grasslands." How should he treat Junko? This was a problem that the two ladies often talked about with him these days. Junko was young and beautiful. She grew up in the palace. She had a noble and elegant temperament, the kind that men couldn't help but like. Yang Chandong was a man, a very normal man, and a healthy man. If he said that he didn't have any thoughts about her, he wouldn't believe it. But when he thought that one of his goals in the future was to destroy the Japanese army and rebuild it, he had to suppress his thoughts about Junko. Not only did he want to marry her, but he also wanted to destroy her country, especially the country that belonged to her royal father. No matter how he looked at it, it was so unreasonable. Yang Chandong was a person who cared about his face. He couldn't do such a thing. After thinking about it, Yang Chandong made the decision to let go of Junko. Of course, this decision was made by himself. If Junko didn't want to leave him and insisted on following him, then he would stop while he was ahead. The choice he was making was a test for him. Yang Chandong actually said that he would let her go. This was what Junko had been thinking, but she didn't know why. Now, after hearing this sentence, she was not happy at all. There was a faint sense of loss in her heart. "That I will give you an answer after thinking about it, okay? Anyway, no matter what, I will go to the grassland with you, right?" Junko didn't make a decision right away. Instead, she decided to use this time to think about it. She had to admit that Yang Chandong's shadow had long been in her heart. If she was just an ordinary Japanese woman, she was afraid that she would have already found a way to throw herself into the arms of this man who gave her the feeling that he was omnipotent and had the most solid arm. But she was not. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Japan. She was destined to dedicate her life to the country and her family. This mission was instilled in her heart since she was a child. It was not something that could be changed in 2 years. Yang Chandong didn't expect her to answer right away. This was something that would decide her life. So he nodded painfully. "Okay, after you reach the grassland, you can come to me after you have made your decision. No matter what decision you make, I will understand and support it." "Thank you," Junko said gratefully when she heard Yang Chandong understand her so well. "You're welcome." Yang Chandong, who answered with a smile, suddenly remembered that the negotiation with Jining was still lacking a recorder. He remembered that Junko's Chinese was not only good, but her handwriting was also very beautiful. So he had another idea. "By the way, the negotiation between the Ming Imperial Court and us will begin soon. If you are interested, you can be a recorder." "Recorder?" Junko raised her head and looked at Yang Chandong with those big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. "Yes, a recorder. You will record what both sides have said, as well as the final result of the negotiation. It is actually a bit difficult. If you are not willing to go, I will arrange for someone else to do it." Yang Chandong didn't know what Junko meant, so he didn't say anything. "No. I am willing to go." To Yang Chandong's surprise, Junko actually nodded excitedly. As the emperor's daughter, she seemed to be very interested in politics since she was young. Now that she was lucky enough to witness the negotiation between Bai Ming and the mercenaries, she naturally wouldn't reject such a good thing. Okay, then you should prepare well. Yang Qindong nodded. He also had his own plans in mind. He wanted Junko to understand more about the situation on his side. Perhaps after a comparison, she would discover how weak the Japanese Empire was and directly throw herself into his arms. After this meeting, Jining quickly brought a group of people to the Yang village. A large house was specially arranged in the outer courtyard. The fire inside was very strong, and it became the place for both sides to negotiate. Beta Persei appeared as the main negotiator. Along with him were the chief of security, Yang San, the second dean of the Yang Academy, Wang Si, Yang Qindong's personally appointed advisor, Shib, and the recorder, Princess Junko. Jining didn't show any displeasure towards Yang Qindong not personally participating in this negotiation. On the contrary, he was somewhat happy. After all, Yang Qindong gave him too much pressure. Anyone who faced such a strong opponent would bear a heavy psychological pressure. Under such a mentality, it was very difficult to negotiate a favorable outcome. Yang Er, on the other hand, was different. He would not give himself any pressure. This way, when they were talking, he would be able to express his own demands better, and even raise some excessive conditions. Both sides sat together with their own thoughts and began to negotiate some related matters. 15 li away, in the capital of Bai Ming, in an extremely ordinary courtyard, several people were gathered to discuss a heaven-shaking matter. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a major matter, because the ultimate goal of this matter was to kill the Duke of Loyalty, Yang Qindong. When Yang Qindong arrived in the capital of Bai Ming, the ones who were nervous were naturally the Bai Ming faction. First, they had to make a choice between attacking or not attacking, and once they chose to cooperate, no one would harbor any evil intentions toward the Duke of Loyalty. But just because Bai Ming didn't have such thoughts didn't mean that others didn't, like the Southern Ming Empire. The people in this room were assassins sent by the Southern Ming Empire. They had made the decision to assassinate Yang Qindong with the dual goal of striking down the mercenaries and Bai Ming. And once their goal was achieved, it was easy to imagine what kind of chaos it would cause. At that time, both sides would fight to the death, and no matter who won or lost, the Southern Ming Empire would be able to reap the benefits. When the Southern Ming Emperor, Zhu Qizhen, made this decision, he gave the task to his most trusted aide, Chao Jixiang. Then his nephew, Chao Xian, rushed all the way from Nanjing to Beijing and began to make various preparations for the assassination. In the room, the one sitting at the head was Chao Xian. He had arrived in the capital of Bai Ming last night, and he was naturally very familiar with this place where he had stayed for decades. He quickly contacted the Southern Ming Empire's embroidered uniform guards, and today's meeting was held. In order to prevent the news from being leaked, these embroidered uniform guards who took orders from the Southern Ming Empire didn't know what their mission was. They only knew that they were going to kill someone. Chao Xian's gaze was gloomy and cold. He first looked around at his subordinates before saying, "His Majesty Ingzong values this mission greatly. Once it's completed, I can guarantee that all of you will enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth in the future. You only need to complete this task, and you can return to the Southern Ming Empire as meritorious subjects. And for the sake of Daning's goal, I need all of you to mobilize your most elite forces and wait for my orders. Do you understand?" Understood. Even though they didn't know who they were going to kill, they didn't need to think too much about the huge benefits. At this moment, they were blinded by the benefits of succeeding and had lost their rationality. Chapter 809. Chao Xian first arranged for his subordinates to gather elites, and then he disguised himself and made a trip to the Dong residence in the city. Although it was called a residence, it was just a slightly larger courtyard. The owner, Dong Bao, was the general of Bai Ming's Yongding Gate, but he was only a trifling 6th-rank military official. And this was only because Dai Zong had recently increased the treatment of generals. Otherwise, with his salary alone, it would have taken him countless years to buy a courtyard like this in the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The general of the Yongding Gate was just one of Dong Bao's official identities. He had another identity, a hidden chess piece that Dai Zong had left in Baiming's capital. It was only because of his low rank and the fact that there were no missions for him to do that he was able to hide himself very well. But even if he was a hidden chess piece, it would be impossible for him to live a peaceful life. With Chao Xian's arrival, his life was destined to undergo a major change. The 29th day of the 12th lunar month. The third day of negotiations. Overall, the progress was pretty good. Perhaps both sides wanted to negotiate, but they were both wary of the other. Thus, many major issues had already been settled, but there were still some minor issues that required both sides to make some concessions. These matters were left to Beta Persei and the others. Yang Chenong only needed to listen to the reports after the negotiations and look at Junko's records. As a result, he was quite content, and he was able to spend more time with his two wives every day. However, life seemed to be filled with all kinds of accidents. Whenever a problem appeared, another problem would involuntarily pop up. It had only been a few days when the Yang Manor's housekeeper, Yang Ning, appeared outside the inner courtyard, saying that he wanted to see the sixth young master. Yang Ning was the eldest son of the Yang clan's steward, Yang Hai. Yang Hai had followed Yang Rong for many years, so there was no need to doubt his loyalty. Yang Ning had inherited his father's character, and after becoming the steward of the Yang clan manor, he had performed well and was now in charge of the immortal abode. Yang Chidong was somewhat taken aback by this sudden request, but in the end, he still went to see him. Only then did he learn that the immortal abode had suffered from mass food poisoning. There were 4 tables full of 20 customers who had eaten something bad, and they refused to leave the immortal abode. Today was the 29th day of the new year. The closer it was to the end of the year, the better the business of the hotel became. Those who had money in their pockets would call their friends. When they gathered together, it was inevitable that they would eat and drink. The immortal abode, which had the best taste, the best environment, and the best way to show off one's status, became the place where everyone fought to be the first to gather. Compared to normal times, business in the immortal abode was exceptionally good before and after the new year. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was hard to find a place. Even the best locations had to be reserved a few days in advance. But in such a lively time, the sudden appearance of poisoning, one could imagine how big of a commotion it would cause. However, a mere poisoning incident wasn't enough for Yang Ning to rush back to the Yang family manor to see him. In such a large restaurant, once such a special incident occurred, they must have already taken measures to deal with it. Thus, Yang Chendong looked at the nervous Yang Ning and asked, "Speak. Is there some important figure among the poisoned customers?" As soon as Yang Chendong said this, Yang Ning's eyes revealed a very surprised expression. "Sixth young master is indeed formidable. Indeed, one of the 20 poisoned customers is the current imperial censor of the right, Dong Chunhua. Because such a person is involved, we do not dare to act rashly. How could we possibly invite the sixth young master over?" Yang Chendong chuckled, an expression that said, "As expected." This Dong Chunhua could be considered an old acquaintance. He had once wanted to show off in front of Wang Chong and trample on Wang Chang's face, but in the end, he had naturally suffered a loss. Among the current second-rank officials, Yang Chendong and Yu Shiwen naturally didn't get along, so Yang Chendong had gotten rid of him. The remaining second-rank official was Dong Chunhua, who had been the left deputy imperial censor at that time. Wang Chong didn't expect to meet them again, and the other party had even been promoted from deputy to official. But this time, it was obvious that the other party's luck wasn't good, and Wang Chong was in the wrong. I understand. Since that's the case, this young master will personally make a trip? Since it involved a second-rank official, even if it was for the sake of face, it wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to handle it. If Yang Chendong wasn't in the capital, it would be fine. But since he was, if he didn't make an appearance, it would be inevitable for others to say that he was arrogant. It was best not to leave such a domineering impression. Yan Ning was naturally overjoyed that the sixth young master was going to personally make a move. He immediately went to arrange a carriage. Considering that Beta Persei was still negotiating with Jining, Yang Qindong didn't want to disturb him. Instead, he called for Yang Si and 50 members of the first guard squad to leave the Yang clan manor. They were still negotiating with Ming, and Yang Qindong didn't think that anyone would try to target him at this time. Besides, even if it was an ordinary threat, the first guard squad should be able to deal with it. In the immortal abode, the initial excitement had already died down. The incident had happened too suddenly. At the start, the 4 tables of customers were all pale and powerless, truly frightening the other customers. But when the immortal abode's resident physician came out and examined the dishes, it was determined that they had been poisoned with laxatives, not the quality of the food. This sort of thing really had happened in the past. Some people in the same industry saw that the immortal abode's business was doing so well, so they found people to poison the food in an attempt to ruin its reputation. It could be said that only people in the same industry had undisguised hatred. When this incident first happened, it caused quite a bit of chaos. But the immortal abode immediately took decisive measures. Not only did they find the best physicians to treat their customers, they also paid a considerable sum of money. When the customers didn't pursue the matter, the others naturally couldn't say anything. Not to mention, this sort of thing could happen in other restaurants as well. It wasn't strange anymore. It was just that the 4 tables of customers had some problems, and the immortal abode's steward had immediately stepped out to show his sincerity. Today, all of the customers had a 20% discount on their meals. This quickly calmed everyone down, and everything returned to normal. Only the 4 tables of customers still had unsightly expressions because of their stomachs. Normally, the steward would have already apologized and paid 200 taels of silver to each person, and the matter should have been resolved. Unfortunately, the imperial censor of the rite, Dong Chunhua, was among the 20 people. He didn't accept the money, nor did he have any intention of leaving. As such, the others could only sit there and accompany him. Dong Chunhua's luck really wasn't too good. The officials below him insisted on treating him to a meal when it was the new year. He couldn't refuse them, so he came. He never would have thought that something like this would happen. He was a second-rank official, yet he had to fight over a toilet with a commoner because of his stomachs. If word got out, it was truly embarrassing. After taking the antidiarrheal medicine prescribed by the physician, Dong Chunhua's condition improved a bit, and he began to think of a plan. He could be considered one of Dai Zong's trusted aides, and he'd been looking for faults with the Duke of Loyalty and Courage this entire time. Since this kind of thing had happened to him, if he didn't take advantage of it, wouldn't he be letting down all the suffering he'd suffered just now? As such, he had no intention of leaving. He sat there, waiting for Yang Qindong to appear. Then, he'd have a good talk with him. Even if he could only use this opportunity to make the other party admit defeat, that would still be a very impressive thing to do. Dong Chunhua didn't have to wait for too long. An extremely luxurious carriage arrived at the entrance of the immortal abode. Then, several dozen black-clad guards appeared on both sides. Just from this lineup, everyone knew that the Duke of Loyalty and Courage had arrived. It had to be said that Yang Qindong was very famous in Ming's capital. He was different from the other dukes, marquises, and counts. These people only had status, but they didn't have any real power. When outside, it was best to keep a low profile as much as possible. Otherwise, the imperial censors weren't just for show. They'd report you at any time. Compared to them, Yang Qindong's lineup was much larger. No matter where he went, he would instantly become the center of attention. In this regard, the imperial censors couldn't do anything about it. There was nothing they could do about it. He was the leader of an army. Who knew how many people he'd killed on the battlefield? Who knew how many people he'd offended because of this? It was only natural that he had strict security measures. Of course, the most important reason was that the soldiers he was leading weren't from the great Ming. Moreover, Yang Qindong himself had never received any salary from Ming. Even if these imperial censors wanted to report him, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. When they saw that the Duke of Loyalty and Courage had arrived, a few of the diners looked toward the entrance with eager eyes. In truth, When the incident happened, there were some people who weren't afraid of the consequences and waited here. In fact, even after they finished eating, they had no choice but to call a few more people over. They wanted to see how the Duke of Loyalty and Courage would deal with Sir Dong. The carriage stopped, and a green-robed Yang Chendong stepped out. He was still dressed the same as before. If there was any change, it would be that he looked more mature. After getting out of the carriage, Yang Ning led him to a table on the left side of the first floor. In ancient times, the left side was the most respected. In the immortal abode, apart from the second and third floors, the left side of the first floor was the best location. Yang Chendong attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. They wanted to see if the Duke of Loyalty and Courage would lower his head and admit his mistakes. Even if it was just a bow to Dong Chunhua, it would be a victory that he could be proud of for a long time. Dong Chunhua, who was originally sitting there calmly, didn't know why, but when he heard footsteps outside and saw the diners suddenly stop and look outside, he began to feel inexplicably nervous. When Yang Chendong's figure completely appeared in front of him, he suddenly stood up. If it weren't for the fact that his face was still pale and bloodless, it would be hard to believe that he had already lost half his life from vomiting and diarrhea.